What's going on, everybody? It is Kings and Dreams back for another video, part two. Second video of the evening, man. So doing double duty today. uh, all right. So, this topic. Well, before I get to this topic, what I do want to ask everybody is that when people when people see colors, and what colors do you see? And what I mean by that is, if somebody tells you that the sky is blue, do you actually believe that the sky is blue, or do you actually make sure that the sky is blue? Do you do your due diligence? And one of the things is that, for this topic today, is people see what's right in front of them. They see the red flags and they hope that the red flags can turn into green, and they're not willing to see what's really right in front of them. So for this topic today, I wanted to have this conversation, and I thought about it, and I wanted to hear from a woman's perspective as well, and really get that conversation going. So we'll be able to kind of have a good back and forth, and maybe we could possibly learn something from each other. So with that being said, let me add my guest to the stream. Hey, Alex, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you? How are you guys feeling?
Oh, we are doing well. We are doing well. So before we get started, Alex, why don't you tell the people a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, of course. So, as you said, my name is Alex. I'm really honored to be on this podcast. This is going to be our first time working with together, so I'm really excited for that. I'm 22 years old. I will be graduating in 12 days from the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. With
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. With a degree in mass communications and a concentration in journalism. I actually have my own podcast called Everything is Anything, where sounds kind of corny, but the catchphrase kind of worked itself out. But I do talk about everything and anything. And being in college kind of, you go through those stages in life where you're like, okay, like what do I want to do with my life? You just kind of like essentially feel lost. You don't know which direction you're going, who you want around you, what career you want to do. Like it's kind of like a scary feeling. And so that's kind of why I created my podcast. Is something for young adults, but people of all ages, because I like to hear insight and get insight from older people as well. And so I like to talk about the issues and the trials and tribulations that people go through in relationships. Sorry, whether that's with your friends, family, yourself, a significant other, just any type of relationship, and just kind of talk about those topics and be as authentic as possible.
All right, perfect, perfect. Well, another thing that Alex did tell you is that I'll be the one to brag for her. So she's graduated summa cum laude. So yeah, so
Thank
so
you.
she's smart. So she's smart, intelligent, has
Thank
the
you.
communication background. So yeah, she's a powerhouse. So don't
Thank
don't sleep.
you.
So very good, very good. So what made you start like podcasting, and like what kind of brought you into doing this like this realm, if you
Mhm.
will.
Yeah, so podcasting has kind of always been something that that I was interested in. I really like hearing other people's insights because I'm a very opinionated person. I'm very passionate about opinions as well, so I like hearing other people's opinions. And as I was saying, I was just kind of going through like not an identity crisis, but I was just kind of going through like a transitional phase in my life, like my junior year of college, where I was like, I am so like I don't know what's going on. Um, I'm a reporter and a news anchor, so I was blessed enough to work at a radio station. But I was kind of getting like a taste of what the real world was like. I was like, okay, I'm working a lot, I'm going to school. This is like really overwhelming, and
Hmm.
I knew a lot of people my age were feeling the same way. And I was like, okay, why is no one talking about this? Like, why isn't there like a platform where a safe space where people can feel like they can just listen to a person that doesn't like talk at them, but talk with them?
Hmm.
Why isn't there like a platform about this? And so that's why I created my own, because I was kind of going through a funk, and I knew a lot of people at the time that were going through something. So I don't know where I got the courage to be brave enough and vulnerable enough to kind of share my life, but that's why I started my podcast. And I've taken a break because I've endured like a lot of challenges that young adults go through, which is something I'll be talking about, but like challenges that will forever like shape me for the rest of my life, like big things that have kind of going on.
Hmm.
And so that's why I've been going on, also because I've been super busy with school, like majorly busy with school. So whenever I graduate, I plan on getting back to that and explaining why I've been gone for so long. And I kind of got through like the StreamYard. I remember I started off with like CKQ podcast, and then it just kind of got from there, and more people, I guess, kind of heard about my podcast, and it brought me to you. So I'm really blessed.
Perfect, perfect. Well, congratulations and salute to you. And I know that you have a very busy week, so I have to thank you
Thank
for
you.
taking some time out to have this conversation with me. So really appreciate it.
Of course.
Let me just get to some of the comments really quick. So shout out to my moderator, Felicia Jordan. Hello, everyone. Please wipe your feet at the door. Absolutely,
Love it.
get your likes, get the likes up. Show the brother some love, man. Um, man, my boy Ray, 90s to 2000s type of vibe. Peace King. Oh, he's talking to he's saying to me, yes. And then Queen, you. So he's talking to us, both of us.
Hey.
Okay. Perfect, perfect. Uh Hola, Alex.
Hi.
All right. Congratulations to you.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
definitely,
much.
definitely. Definitely, definitely, man. Big congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Stroll life, yo, yo. What's good, Kings? Chilling, bro. Chilling, bro. Yeah, man. We're gonna have this good conversation here.
I'm
All
excited.
right. So, um, the topic I wanted to talk about is colorblind, right? So,
Mhm.
um, now I wanted to hear your perspective from the female's perspective of what are some red flags for you, and what are some red flags that females that you might have come across. Well, what would you consider red flags?
So like in men, of course, right?
Yes,
That's
correct,
okay.
correct.
Yeah. It's actually funny that you're talking about this, because I actually have an episode called Red Flags. So
Yep. Yeah.
yeah. My
That actually inspired me. So sorry, not to cut you off.
nice.
So I saw that you had an episode called Red Flags, and then also I think you had like a little clip on Instagram, or was it either a clip or a picture, but it said green flags. And
Yes.
so I was like, you know what? Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna go with that. So you
Yeah.
inspired me.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm
Yep.
super glad to hear that. So, my top major red flag is whenever a guy says, or anyone says, I encourage anyone to, like, whatever gender or person you're seeking out, whoever says, um, you can do better than me. What did I do to deserve you? What's another one? You deserve better than me. Those are like that's my top major red flag. And I say that because they're gonna show you why you really can do better. 9 times out of 10, they're literally gonna show you why you can do better. So I always say that because it's like anyone that's confident enough in the type of partner that they are, the type of respectful person that they can be, their ethics as well, I feel like they're not going to say anything like that. They're going to be confident enough in their self to know, like, no, I deserve this person that's just as good enough as me, if that makes sense. I've had instances where every dude that's told me, you can do better than me, was right. Like I literally could do better than them. Like they're gonna show you why. So that's a major red flag to me. I know like a lot of people kind of dismiss it as, oh no, they're being so kind and humble. Like no, like they know their ways, if that makes sense. And it's also like, why can't I find somebody better? Why can't you do better? Why can't you be that better, if that makes sense? So that's my number one red flag.
Okay. All right, and so what? So what? Give me like maybe like two more, or one more is actually fine. One more.
Um. Oh, I did that episode so long ago, but I feel like I had some like good ones. I think another one would be someone who invalidates your feelings. That's a major one to me because communication is everything to me,
Hmm.
and I feel like though the ability for a person to not necessarily, because 9 times out of 10, like not everyone's going to understand where you're coming from in a situation, but
Hmm.
someone who could at least try to or not dismiss your feelings, that's very important because in a partnership you're not always going to understand where your partner is coming from, but it is important for you to not dismiss their feelings. If I feel like I can't come to you about how I'm feeling, if I can't communicate and it can't be a safe space, then that's obviously a red flag. And that's going to allow me to suppress how I'm feeling a lot and my emotions as well. And then that leads to resentment and bringing up things and arguments that was like, I didn't know you were feeling this way. Oh, well, I couldn't come to you about it. And so it's just this whole like it starts off small, but it becomes tumultuous. So, someone who invalidates your feelings is obviously a red flag, and how people treat other people. That's another, or not necessarily a red flag because they could treat them good, but if they treat them bad, like just common people, like your server, how they are in their friendships, like that environment, stuff like that, like how they treat their family. If they treat them bad, that's obviously a red flag because you're not any different, if that makes sense.
Right. Absolutely. In a nutshell, basically what you're saying is that a person who does not take your feelings into consideration, and then the major one is if someone says that you're too good for them.
Mm-hmm.
So so now as a woman, when a man says that to you, um, do like are you turned off because like are you turned off because when he says it that you think that he is not like confident enough, or yeah, like do you think that he's not confident enough? Because the reason why I asked that is because I for my last live stream that I just had, we were talking about when when a man and a woman are on the same level, if you will. It's believed that the woman won't necessarily respect the man. Like the man has to be at a better level, higher level than a woman. Like if a woman respects you, then that's fine. But if a man is saying that you're too good for me, he's basically devaluing himself. And again, I can only paraphrase because I'm not a woman, but from what I have seen, it seems as though basically the woman is going to be turned off because the man is devaluing himself.
Right. So I used to not be turned off, but a recent situation had happened where a guy had told me, specifically like I don't deserve you, like you're too good for me.
Mhm.
And for some reason that just kind of like a detector went off. I was like, "Duh-duh-duh," like why are you saying that? And he showed me why. And
Right.
so I wouldn't necessarily say like turned off, but I will say that I'm very like much more attentive than usual because then I'm like, okay, now you're gonna there. It's coming from somewhere. That just doesn't come from anywhere. That statement doesn't come from just anywhere. So I've
Mhm.
never told a man you're too good for me because I've always known my worth. I've always valued the type of woman that I am, the type of woman that my mom and dad raised me to be. I've never
Mhm.
told a man that because I never felt like a man was like more ethical than me or like a better person than me in general.
Okay.
Um, I just but now it does turn me off now because I will actually take that back. It does turn me off because like I said that's a red flag to me and it's just like why don't you feel like you don't deserve me? What is it about you that you feel like you're not worthy enough? You know what I mean? So if that's something doesn't necessarily mean that they'll do something bad and that they'll screw you over, but there could be like an insecurity within themselves that they need to work on. And we all have insecurities in relationships, but if it's to the point where you're questioning if you're even worthy of this person's time and presence, then there's something deeper that needs to be worked on. um Yeah, I wouldn't. That's kind of hard to say. Like turned off. I would just say turned off in the instance because it just makes me. It makes me wonder. Like, why are you saying that? Like, do I have to? Of course, I'm gonna have to keep my guard up regardless when it comes to dating nowadays. But it's like, am I gonna have to like be shielded like all the way around because you're gonna show me why you don't deserve me? If anything, it kind of makes me feel like a little kind of like sad a little because it's like why don't you think that?
Yeah. Well, see now, if a woman, men, I'm speaking for the men now. Men, if a woman feels sad for you, you need to get out of there.
Well,
You
yeah,
need to get out of there. You cannot come back from that. You cannot come back from that. That
that's
like
valid.
if she pities you, oh yeah, get out of there.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how fine she looks. Doesn't matter. The relations are good. You guys know what I'm saying. The relations are good. Nope, it's over. It is over. It's not going to get to the level of where men you would want it to. Because if she
Mhm.
pities you, it's no, no, no,
Right.
no. So okay, so now let me ask you this. So what red flags have and you we can so I'll ask you and you can speak through your personal experiences or experiences that you've seen. So what are some of the red flags that ladies typically will see from a guy and tend to ignore?
Mm. So, I think one, especially when it comes to dating, is like a person that isn't making any effort. A lot of the times, like because it's so hard to find, just like the bare minimum,
Mhm.
women do accept the bare minimum. So a lot of, I think we kind of gotten used to like linking up, so like not actually going out on dates, and that's a major red flag. If the first meetup with a guy is y'all like chilling at his place, that's a red flag. I
Mhm.
think a lot of women tend to ignore that because we're just kind of used to that, if that makes sense. But it's kind of getting to the point where it's like, okay, we need to kind of, I hate to say it, but like it seems like the old times because we really don't like date as a generation. It's foreign for a dude to actually actively for, and we're just generalizing. I don't really like generalizations, but in this instance we have to generalize.
Mhm.
But it is kind of foreign for like a dude to actually ask you out and not to chill at his place. Um the time that a guy texts you matters as well. If he's asking to come see you past like 10 p.m., that's a major red flag. And I know, like, sometimes, because I've been there before, I know sometimes it can be exciting because, like, oh, this is a new person, I'm ready to hang out with them. But it's a red flag because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that sometimes men do see if a woman is, like, okay with chilling with them, like, later that, like, at not I cannot talk. Late at night,
No worries.
and I think they kind of get comfortable and in a routine and feel as if, okay, I don't have to extend my arm out to ask her out on a date because she's gonna be okay with just coming over late at night because it means she's been doing that. I mean, I could be wrong, but like, isn't that like if they see that they don't have to do a lot to get a woman to like come over, hang out with them, isn't that what they're gonna continue to do?
Yes, no, that is completely true. And here's the thing. So, and just to be transparent, men think about relations. So if we can get it easier without having to take her out to dinner or or maybe having like a cup of coffee or tea
Right.
or having some drinks or whatever the case is, and we text her at 10 o'clock at night and she's willing to come over
Hmm.
and have relations, then it is what it is. We're going to keep making that happen as long as the woman allows it.
Right.
So perfect example, right? Okay, so perfect example. Now if I text you and I say, like if I text you and I say, hey Alex, it's like 11 o'clock, come over, you want to chill. Now if you come over and hang out and things happen, I'm gonna keep doing it. but
Right.
if you say but if you say like, it's 11 o'clock at night, no, I'm going to bed, hit me up during the day, right? Now I may get upset or whatever, but like, okay, now I know, like, all right, now I know, like, I gotta put some more work in, right?
Right.
Because I got to text you, like earlier during the day and say, hey, Alex, let's hang out, or like, hey, you want to meet up and maybe maybe grab a drink or something like that. You
Hmm.
say, okay, cool, because it's a decent time, right? It's
Hmm.
not 10, 11 o'clock at night, right? So, and then like the thing about it is this. Now, men, like I was saying, if it's offered to us, we're going to take it. Now, if a woman says, "Listen, like, I'm not like," if you say like, "Hey, listen, like, I'm not that type of woman," and like, we need to hang out like in a public setting or whatever the case is, then now like the man is going to be like, okay, like, and if that man really likes you,
Right.
he's going to put in that work. He's going to
Right.
put in that work. If the man doesn't really care that much, he's going to be like, you know what, I'm gonna go, holla at the next chick who will come over at 10, 11 o'clock at night, you know.
Right. Right. Another one that I think is when people don't ask about you, if that makes sense. So I remember I was like talking, we weren't like, I don't even know, it really wasn't even established because it was just kind of is what it is. It wasn't a great period in my life. But I remember,
You guys were hooking up, it's all good, right? Okay.
were we? No, no, no. No, I'm kidding. But
Yeah, come on. Let's not do that. Let's
did
not
that
let's not
happen? I don't know. I kind of
let
erased
yeah,
it.
hold on. Let me not pull up my where are my caps? My caps are over there. It's okay.
No, we all have those people where we're
Right,
like that didn't happen. We just push in the back of our brain.
right,
Anyways,
right. Uh-huh.
but there was like a moment where it was like 2 months in. I'm like, this person hasn't like asked me anything like
Hmm.
about myself. I'm like, he doesn't even know what my favorite color is. I'm
Right.
like, there's just like it's like of course, like we do get tired of the like, oh, what's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? But like the fact that there wasn't even like any initiative to ask me told like it told me how much he really cared about me, if that makes sense. So like you'll
Right.
know just from a person just asking you simple questions like,
Hmm.
what do you aspire? What's your career? Like that type of stuff. Like you'll know from the type of questions they ask you how they carry the conversation. If the conversation is just so, what are you doing? How's your day? Just like that basic stuff, but not getting to the deeper side of it. Those surface level conversations, even though sometimes they may be a little refreshing, they actually say a lot about how much the person actually cares about you.
Hmm.
And yeah, I just remember like our conversations would never really like center around like there was like stuff that we knew about like each other's families and stuff like that, but it wasn't anything like what do you want out of this? Like that type of thing, like not asking what my intentions were because 9 times out of 10 he didn't care what my intentions were. He was gonna get what he needed from it, and that just really was it. So like how a person carries the conversation and their actions toward you, that really says a lot. And I think we tend to ignore it because it's so fresh and um I don't know. I feel like my generation, like, there's a lot of hopeless romantics, and so we're constantly like, "Is this the one?" And it's just like just simple things, a lot of simple things that we actually miss. Although, like, asking what someone's favorite color is like tired out. If they didn't even ask you what that is, that tells you like all you need to know about that person. Like the simple questions. They don't even care to know like the simple things about you.
Right. So let me ask you this now. So in that, for that situation that happened, who like would you say that how would you play it differently, if you could go back, how would you have played it differently? You muted yourself. uh oh,
Okay,
there you
sorry. I don't know what happened. It's like okay. I'll like move my mic and like it'll just go wonky. Sorry. But that's a good question. Um I think I really wouldn't have done it any differently if that made sense. Although it was 2 months, like it didn't last long at all.
are. Right.
During that period you're still learning someone, and I've always had this thing like if it's 3 months in and y'all really haven't made any progression, kind of like had that talk about like okay, like what do you want to do from here? after 3 months and y'all are still just kind of, now this is just from my personal experience. I know for some people it takes longer, but always for me, like that 3 month mark has always just been like, if nothing doesn't shake by then, ain't nothing gonna shake, really. That's just how it always has been for me. So around that 2 month mark, whenever I kind of like had that epiphany, I was just like I'm out. Like, because like during those first 2 months and stuff like that, like you're still getting to know them. Of course, during those 3 months, you're still getting to know them too. But like I said, if y'all aren't making any progress, like in between those months and stuff like that, then it just kind of like it really just ain't gonna go anywhere. It does not take a man long, a woman. It doesn't take anyone long to know that they want something long term with someone. It does not take them that long. It's just plain and simple from what I've experienced. And so during that 2 month mark, whenever I had that epiphany, I was just kind of like, I kind of got to know him. It was fun, but it's just like we really didn't like go anywhere. So I just kind of cut it off, and I really didn't like, it was a learning experience. So like I've done better than I've done in the past, and I cut it off. So I kind of applaud myself on that. Like I said, you're not gonna really learn that much about a person in a month because that's like really like no time at all. But like whenever it's 2 months in, and I was like, he doesn't even know even like what my favorite color is. I was like, this just ain't going nowhere. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that definitely. Well, I will say this, from the male's point of view, we definitely know we definitely know what we want. We definitely know, like, whether we want to be in a relationship with the woman. Now some guys are gonna have game, because they want to have continue to have relations,
Right.
gonna string you along, and that, it is what it is. But I think, I don't, for me, I have done it, but I don't like men who do that, because I think transparency is key. Because, like,
Right.
if you tell a woman, if you tell a woman and you say, listen, like, I don't want a relationship, I don't want a relationship with you. I just want to have fun, and it's all good. But some dudes will run game and say, "Oh, I'm thinking about being with you, and maybe one day I'll make you my wife, whatever." And they know that they have no intention of marrying this woman.
Right.
But the thing is that, like, again, the some dudes will say anything to get the cookie.
Right. And that's for me, like, because some people would be like, oh, he stated his intentions. And then, like, kind of they're like months in, and it's like he didn't like follow through with what he said. And so that's kind of like where the whole like time will tell thing. But that's
Mhm.
also, if you don't want to wait that long, that's why I also credit a lot of my escaping potentially like bad situations or situationships from God, because I always pray about the person. That's a huge thing for me.
Mhm.
Shoot, whatever you believe in, like I don't judge, but I believe in God personally, so I'm gonna
Yep.
say God. I often pray about the person, and He'll save me that time. God will save you that time. If He doesn't want somebody in your life, He gonna let you know one way or another. So that's why, because some people are great swindlers, like great, like they talk a great game, a really great game, and a lot of the times you can't really find out until like time would tell. But like I said, if you want to save that time, I often rely on the higher power and praying to God, and that helps me a lot because He will show that person's true intentions before you give that person um 3 months and you're attached and formed a soul tie or something, you know what I mean? So that's where I really rely on that.
Right. So, I hear what you're saying, and definitely, and definitely, believing in the higher power. I also believe in God as well. And what I would say is that, um now, from what I've seen from ladies, not all ladies here, but what I've seen from some ladies, um they don't they don't like tell what they want and their intentions right away. And then what ends up happening is that they end up, dealing with these men for months, years, possibly having like multiple children, and they know that, like, like, not looking into the man's actions as opposed to what he's saying.
Right.
So in that aspect, I have to hold the ladies accountable in that aspect,
I agree.
because you know um like, for me, like, when I go out on a date with a woman, and like, if she tells me what her intentions are, like if she says, I'm looking to get married, I want to have children, and then if she says, that, like, she wants to be a wife, and she's serious about it, and then not only that, her presentation, like, social media does play a part in the resume. So, like, if if she has, tasteful pictures on social media, great. But, like, but if she got the sync effect, and she got, like, twerking and all that, that's not a wife. Like, no husband wants to see their wife twerking on Instagram or Facebook or whatever the case is. Now, I know there's some outliers, right? There's always some outliers, but
Yes.
most men like conservative women, like
Okay.
conservative women to be their wives, right?
Hmm.
You know, so like, if her intention matches that, a guy will definitely take that woman seriously. Like, her Facebook, her Instagram, her Twitter, or whatever, whatever the case is. Some females do need a social media platform, because of the work that they're doing. Like, you're going to be in communications, you have to have social media. I
Right.
get that, right? So, like with you, your pictures are tasteful, and you look feminine, and you look like a lady. Like, you don't look like somebody where I'd just be like, hey, like, oh man, like, yo, you see Shorty on the gram, like, yo, she twerking and all that. Like,
Right.
no, like, you don't have any of that. So it's like, okay, cool, right? So,
Hmm.
like, I could see, like, if you had told the guy, a gentleman, takes you out on a date, like, and you say, like, I'm looking to be married within the next 2 years, and I'm looking to have, children probably within, like, the next 2 to 3 years, or something like that.
Hmm.
Okay, you laid out a timeline, your presentation, again, on social media, looks presentable, right? And there's, and also, you're feminine. You give that guy attention. You're inspirational. You're not argumentative. You're willing to be cooperative. Oh yeah, man. A dude will go to what's that thing with what's that commercial where he say he went to Jared or whatever the case is. Yeah, like, he went to Jared. Oh, he gonna go to Jared. He gonna go to Jared. If
I think
all
I
of
know
those
that
things
one.
line up, he gonna go to Jared. Let me look at some of the comments here.
Okay.
All right.
You're gonna
Uh
make me wanna re-listen to my red flags episode because, like, what did I say on there?
shout out to my man Ray. 90s versus 2000 type of vibe. Gone. Zoom. Oh yeah, yeah, dude. I'm telling you, yeah. From what, yeah, man. If a woman has if she, like, says that she feels bad or has pity for you, oh man, let me tell you,
All right.
the
Get better.
well is dry. Get out of there. Get out of there. Salute to Kings and Dreams. Nice subject matter. Exciting special guest tonight. Yeah, yeah, man. Salute to Alex, man. You know, she's gonna be graduating, and she's gonna be a nice young
Ooh.
star, man. So,
Oh, thank
don't
you.
don't don't, don't be surprised if you guys see her here more often.
Thank you. That's kind of
Facts, facts from Felicia. Bruce Rain, fam, what's good? What's going on, brother? What's going on, man? Salute to you, Bruce. Felicia Jordan. Yeah, man. Thank you for stopping through. Appreciate you. Omar, man. What's going on? What's going on? Salute to you. Salute to you. Absolutely. We attract what we put out.
Yes.
I agree. I agree with that. Absolutely. I completely agree with that. Please click like, please like and share and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, man. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification button. It's all good. Um, Andre and Andrea love crossing borders. Yes, man. Big brother, let's go. Yo, did you hear Toe versus Wade was overturned? No. What? Is this a troll? Yeah. I don't even know who that is. Uh, I don't know. If you're a real person, my bad, but it looked like you kind of trolling me, man. Anyway, all right. So yeah. So back to the conversation. So for me, so from the man's side, we also ignore red flags as well.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That person was not. That person wasn't lying. Oh wow.
Oh, oh, that's a real person. Oh, wow,
Oh man.
wow. Okay, okay, wow. Uh,
I have chills right now. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to interrupt you, but that is like that's
no, no
crazy.
worries, no worries.
God, man.
Wow.
We just keep
Okay.
on going backwards. I have absolute chills right now.
Well, so what do we? I mean, shoot, this kind of threw me off. But
Right.
yeah, I mean, well, okay. So what are your thoughts about that?
About
About the A word, because I don't want to say, the A word being illegal.
right. Oh my gosh. I am a reporter and a news anchor, so unfortunately there's like that, I
Hmm.
gotta
Right.
yeah. So
Okay.
I mean me, you can definitely chat after, but I
I
don't
got
really
it. It's a sensitive topic. Okay, I got
yeah.
it. I'll move on. So as I was saying, right? So as I was saying, so shout out to WT Funk. Sorry, I thought you were a troll, but yeah. So shout out to you for that information. One of the things that I was gonna say from the man side, as far as us like ignoring red flags, we ignore red flags from ladies as well. I was saying in my last podcast, my last live, that I was dating a beautiful woman. She was very extremely beautiful,
Mhm.
but she couldn't boil water. Couldn't boil water. Couldn't boil water. I mean, like seriously, she could not boil water. She didn't clean that much. So it was like so it was like messy. So I'm like, you messy, you can't clean. I mean, the relations off the hook. But
Right,
that was it. And
right.
I was yeah, and I tried to, and I held myself accountable because I knew dealing with her, I was wasting my time. I was wasting
Mhm.
my time, but it was because she was so fine. And it was just like, nah, like I know I need to do better. You know what I mean?
Right. Right,
Yeah.
right.
And yeah.
There's
And
oh,
sorry,
sorry.
go ahead. No, 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 nope, you got it. Go ahead.
I was just about to say, yeah, there is an accountability that you have to take whenever you're seeking people. Because I know women that, so they know what they want from a man. They know that okay, so just say hypothetically, like the woman wants a relationship.
Hmm.
And that's their intention. So part of it, like going into dating, is you have to be true to yourself and to your intentions as well. And you have to follow through with them. So
Hmm.
you can't say like you want a relationship and obviously this guy hasn't, it's been 3 months of y'all talking and he's just never even taking you out on a date, right? So like
Right.
no matter how attractive they are and how good of a time they may seem, like you can't really be mad at the other person for not giving you what you needed, even though you know what you needed it. So if that made like so needed it. So if you know what you needed. So it's like
I know what you meant. Yep.
yeah, so it's just kind of like, although yeah, that person may suck, it's kind of like it's on you if that person isn't meeting the intentions that you want if they're not even responding back to you. They're not a good communicator. They're not expressing using like we pronouns, like us pronouns, like stuff like that, like not even talking about like a future with you and stuff like that. There's just like little things and not even asking about you, like what your intentions are. I remember I had to do that, just like didn't even, I had to like, of course I had to state my own intentions, but it was the fact that he didn't even care. Like he automatically assumed that I wanted a relationship out of him, which at the time I didn't. But it's just kind of like you're just kind of, you have to stay true to like yourself, if that makes sense, and you have to take your own accountability. You're pursuing someone that doesn't have the same intentions as you, so like kind of what did you expect?
Right. Yeah. I completely agree. This is why what I was saying is that like ladies, like if if you let your intentions be known from the beginning, and your resume matches up, you will find, again, I'm referring to the ladies that are looking for like relationship and possible marriage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Long-term relationship and possible marriage, right? And if you lay your attentions and and everything, your resume, everything follows suit, you will find a good man. But the
Right.
thing is, you also have to hold yourself accountable as well,
Mm-hmm.
because like if this man is saying, oh, I'm going to do this, that, and the other, and his actions have shown that he has not done that, so you ladies are accountable for still dealing with that man when he has proven to you that like he is not doing what he said that he was, what he was going to do. And on the other side, gentlemen, what I realize is that like even if she's a 9 or a 10 or whatever, but if she's not being friendly, she's not being cooperative, she's not willing to follow your lead, and she's being combative, no, then you need to get rid of her. Because men, if you are still sticking with that woman because she looks good but she's still combative, or she doesn't want to listen to you, or she wants to like always have like debates with you, and whatever the case is, and she's not being peaceful, she's not inspiring you, no, you need to leave her alone. And men, you and I hold men more accountable than women, because men, we know better. Here's the thing: men knows that nobody is going to come save us. So men, we have to be the protectors, we have to be the providers, we have to be the provisioners. And if you are not seeing that with that woman that you can build a future with, then why are you with her? Now, again, not a relationship, now I'm talking about relationship and or marriage, man. you know Now, if we're talking about just relations, hooking up, I get that, cool. I'm talking
Right.
about relationship and or marriage. Just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify that.
Yeah, and then I mean it's a hard thing to do. I know it's a really, really hard thing to do, to like, you see this person, they sound good on paper and they look
Mhm.
good in person, but they're just kind of not matching up to what you had. And it's a hard thing to do. It is hard to kind of like pull yourself away from it.
Yeah.
But it just kind of like comes to the point where like you said, if your intentions are to get into a relationship or to marriage, like this person is kind of holding you back. And a
Right.
lot of the times we like see, I know me, I can only speak for myself. I had an issue with seeing the potential in people instead of just like seeing what was right in front of me. And
Mhm.
that's like
Right.
why we're like really blind to red flags and our gut feelings and like our spiritual discernment, because I think a lot of us, like as humans, we naturally have like a sense of empathy, so we feel like,
Right.
okay, maybe this person, like we want to give them a chance because everything else is good, but they're just not acting the way that I would like them to be, or like how I would like my partner to be in a relationship or a marriage. And it
Mhm.
just kind of comes to a point where like, and it takes serious willpower to look at a person and be like, this is who they are. They're not good for me. I have to leave. But like potential versus what is in front of you, that's a hard mindset to get out of. It really is, especially whenever, because I was the type of person, I was like, okay, well, I mean, I wasn't the best partner, but like I kind of grew from it because someone kind of like took a chance on me. So like maybe let me take a chance on someone else, and it just kind of comes to a point where you just have to see it for what it is.
Right. No, absolutely, absolutely. All right, let me just read some more of these comments. Um, Back at it again. What's happening? Salute. Yes, man. Double duty. Back at it again. So, cause I'm going to Colombia on Monday next week.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was like, all right, because when and you had to reschedule, so I was like, all right, well, you know what, let's just do it on Monday. I'm gonna knock it out because I'm gonna be focused on my Colombian content. So I didn't want us to I didn't want our conversation to get lost. So I said, okay,
Yeah.
let's do this.
Dope. Safe travels.
Ah, yeah, no, thank you, yeah, thank you. All right, let's see. I'm sharing the link to this live stream. Ah, appreciate you, Dre.
Oh,
Thank you,
that's
man.
nice.
You threw him with the typo. Yes, yeah. He did. He did throw me with the typo. That's why I was like, wait a minute. I was like, hold on. Like, is this official or what?
Right.
Uh, yeah, man. Check out my Cash App, Kings and Dreams. You got it for sure. Ah, yep. He's not. Okay. It's real. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, Big Wop. We're Men's Lux Magazine. Kings and Dreams. We're here. Salute, salute. Breaking news, and they used 50 million. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's yeah. I'm probably gonna have to talk about that at another time. Hit that like button, people. Their numbers are depleting. Yeah, again, yeah, another topic for a different time. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I'll definitely get to it this week because all next week is going to be Colombian content. So I want to get to it this week. Communication is key. Any functioning relationship is based off of that. If we're not partners and can't have civil discussion or find a way to resolve our issues without fighting, there's no point. Yeah, I don't like that word partner, but I get it. The only reason why I say partner is because I don't believe it's 50-50. I don't believe it's 50-50.
Wait, what do you mean you don't believe it's 50-50?
Oh, like in relationships, like I believe that the man is the leader. Like there's no co-CEO. Like that's why.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
yeah. But again, that doesn't mean that a woman doesn't have her say so because the man should value his woman's opinion. Like if you're gonna marry her and expect to have children with her, her opinion is definitely gonna matter. Remember, no
Mm-hmm.
one is perfect. We have to forgive more often. Yeah. I mean, so shout out
I
to
don't
all.
know how I feel about that one.
Well, yeah. Well, what I would say is forgive, but don't forget because
Right.
like for me, like I like to see the potential in people because I'm of the belief that I didn't get to where I am in life and where I'm going without people believing the potential in me, right?
Right.
So I want to pay that forward, but also there is a fine line of seeing like the person or persons for who they are.
Right. Cuz forgiveness doesn't mean reconciliation. Like you can forgive someone, but like also I think a lot of times whenever we go to the forgiving, that means we just have to forgive them for like just like the disrespect and stuff like that. And I'm sure that's probably not what that person was talking about, but I think whenever people sometimes people do take as like we have to forgive more often, like to excuse like disrespectful behavior and
Hmm.
whatever you think disrespectful behavior is to each its own, like do with that what you will.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I do agree that we do have to agree more often whenever it comes to relationships if they didn't do anything to make you lose your trust in them because a lot of people especially my generation and younger, don't realize how much work relationships are. And so now, like, there's this saying going around, like, at the first red flag, like, run. And it's just like we're all walking red flags. So if that was the case, you literally wouldn't end up with anyone. So, yes, you do have to forgive your partner, but like, diligently, like, make sure it's just not they're taking advantage of your forgiveness and abusing that as well. And sometimes there are some things that they're forgivable, but it's just like you can't reconcile from it. So just do it diligently for sure.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that. Charles, back again, man. Appreciate you, brother. Sub to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you. Yeah. And another thing is that what I would say is another red flag is that people like there's boundaries that should be set, and I think that that is a lack of communication on both sides,
Right.
right? So it's like, you meet someone, you're attracted to them, you're feeling them, word is quarter vibe, whatever, right? And
Mhm.
then it's like, you're dealing with them, and then let's just say, like, okay, right? So you're dating, you're dating John, and John is in sales. So John's in sales, and he's selling perfume or something, right?
Mhm.
So he has to be, maybe he has to be a little more friendly to the ladies so he could get sales, right?
Mhm.
So like, you don't tell him, like, you don't feel like that would make you feel away. And then next thing you know, like, you happen to come to his job and you see him, like, maybe talking like three ladies or something, and they're laughing or whatever. You don't know what they're talking about, but you see it from a distance, right? And you're ready to charge over there like a bull sees red, right? You're like, hold up, I don't know what's going on here. Like, and so you come over there, you clearly have an attitude. You guys get into an argument, right? But the thing about it is that all of that could have been avoided. Like, if he tells you what his profession is, and you're
Mhm.
like, hey, like, I know that you're gonna be talking to the ladies or whatever, so maybe it's probably best that I don't meet you at work because I don't want to see that.
Right.
Okay, cool. That could have been avoided. And see, now you and yourself and John got into this argument, and the relationship may be over, but John may be a really good person, but he has to sell his product, right? and
Right.
and, and when you are in sales, you have to have some sort of relatability, right?
Mhm.
And if John is attractive and he knows that the woman is attracted to him, he's going to use that to his advantage. Like, okay, right? Like, if you look at like real estate, like most females that sell real estate are attractive.
Uh-huh.
Oh, am I boring you?
Excuse me. No.
No, I was
I'm
trolling you. I
so
was trolling you.
sorry.
I was trolling
I
you. I was
had to
trolling
wake
you.
up early for
No, I was trolling
class.
you. No, no worries, no worries, no worries. Trust me, I got to be up very early as well. But no, but seriously, right? So, like, like, with real estate, with cars, like, the female saleswoman, they're attractive, and there's a reason why they're put there. Because guys are gonna buy the cars, guys are gonna buy the houses, so they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Absolutely. Let's see. We don't necessarily have to forgive, but we should show grace and mercy to those who wrong
I
us.
don't know. Doesn't that kind of like go together kind of?
Yeah, I don't know about mercy.
I,
Uh,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know. Sorry.
you're good.
I was just gonna say, like, I don't know. That has to do a lot with just who you are as a person. Like I said, I believe in God, and He tells us to like try to like forgive our enemies and stuff. So that's just kind of like how I abide by it. That's why I aim for forgiving people, because you honestly cannot, just speaking for me, like you cannot grow from situations and move on from it until you like forgive people and you forgive the people that have wronged you. And I don't know, I just feel like showing grace to someone or showing mercy is still some type of act or a correlation to forgiveness as well. Because you just can't like walk around with like that, oh, I'm just never going to forgive them, like in your heart. You're just never going to like really move on from a situation. There's just going to be like a lot of baggage from it and a lot of things that just weren't addressed
Right.
to me
No,
personally.
Yeah, no, no, no. I completely agree. Yeah, man. I just wanted to give a shout out to Dan Speaks again for another $20 cash app, man. He caught me on the last live stream and he caught me again, man. Salute to you, brother. Salute to you, brother. And I didn't forget to about that link. I'm gonna get to you, man. It's just been a crazy busy day. So, you got like 20 more minutes because I wanted to bring
Yeah,
someone up as a guest, as another guest, fellow YouTuber. Just wanted to hear his opinion if you're cool with that.
yeah, of course.
Okay, perfect, perfect. All right, but don't sleep. I'm a hard ass and enforce the standards. Yeah, no, yeah, no, Dan is, yeah, Dan is RP for real. Salute to you, Dan. Salute to you, Dan. Absolutely,
He's talking
man.
about my yawning.
Ah, no,
I couldn't
no,
help it. I'm sorry.
no, I've done it. Oh man, let me tell you. Well, so like I know like you were trying to like cover it. And I asked you a question, and you're like, yeah.
Oh man, yeah, yeah.
No,
No,
I've done it. I've done it on the live stream. Like I remember, like I did like a big yawn and like I was like, oh, I forgot to turn my camera on. But it was like,
right,
no, but I did
right.
no. You did like the little like soft yawn. I did the like stretch and all that.
No, I feel that. I feel that. Like you said, we both like done like 2 shows tonight, so I feel you. But no, I'm
Yeah. No.
having a great time. Thank you for having me
Oh no,
here.
absolutely, definitely having a great conversation. Definitely having a great conversation. Dan said it's all good, Mr. Alex. Don't mind me. Yeah,
Thank you, Dan.
Dan's a great guy.
He seems like
Oh man, so let me invite bring up my brother. This is a very good brother. He has a lot of knowledge. A lot of knowledge. Like 5 YouTube channels.
oh wow.
Um, yeah, from Detroit, Michigan.
That's where my
Relo
dad's from.
yeah,
There we go. Shout
relocated
out to dads.
Yes.
All the Detroit dads.
relocated to Cali, Colombia,
Oh yeah.
married.
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
man, my man Andre love crossing borders. So
Woo-hoo.
Andre, this is my first live stream with Alex. This is a very young, talented, beautiful young woman.
Thank
She's
you.
graduating from the University of Arkansas Little Rock, summa cum laude.
Right, AZ.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So her major is in communications. So she has her own podcast on Google and Apple and on YouTube.
And
So she
Spotify.
yeah, so she's so she started early, and so she has some interesting topics to talk about, especially from the female perspective. So it's great that you've come on, and I'm sure that you've probably been listening. So what are your thoughts on everything so far?
Well, so far, much of what you guys have been talking about is once again based off of what you were saying on your last live stream. A lot of it, when it comes to communication in the area of trust, one of the models, and you've heard me say this before, Kings,
Hmm.
that Andre and I have in our marriage. Communication is key, or we believe in communication, but we believe what's communicated. And a
Mm,
lot of times people tell us who they are, show us who they are, but we, even though we believe in communication, we shun what's being communicated. And like
Ooh.
Oprah said, when a person first meets you and they tell you who they are, believe them.
yep.
If this guy tells you initially, like, listen, I smoke cigarettes, I hope you don't mind. And in your mind, he's handsome, he's this looks, and as like this my type right here. He got the height and everything, and the sense of humor, and he got the pretty white teeth. So therefore, you like he doesn't look like he smoked, and I can smell his cologne, so I can't tell if he smoked. And so you try to analyze or come on the way to convince yourself out of the communication that he just communicated to you. And that goes back to what you were saying earlier, Alex. We can't blame the other person regarding what they communicated and we ignored it. And then it
Right.
went, it went off the train went off the tracks, and we're looking like, well, if she wasn't this and that, well, guys, she told you who she was in the beginning, and you
Hmm.
decided because of her beauty or whatever it may ever may be, you decide to ignore that. So one of the things in our marriage is we do believe in communication, but we also try to make sure that we believe what's being communicated. We're very sensitive to what's being, like the other day on the live stream when Andre said, uh, Andre didn't believe me when I told him I do not like this rug that that he purchased. And so I was like, so you're saying I got to get rid of the rug, huh? And so, and I knew it. She had told me for months that I don't like that rug. And I was like, so now, last night I was looking at the rug after the live stream. I was like, so I got to get rid of the rug. Well, you gotta go, because I didn't believe what was being communicated.
Right.
And since I know that about communication, I realized, okay, let me begin to practice that concept that we have in our marriage. Believe what's being communicated. If she says, I'm too tired to do this today, I don't try to convince her into, well, maybe you mean, or maybe you could do it late. No. If she's saying that she's too tired for that, okay, so be it. I'll take care of it. No biggie. So that's one of the things that I really noticed that is missing when it comes to the dynamics, whether it be in our case, interracial couples, whether it be Black couples, whether it be white couples, it's the missing of communication. I love what Alex said also about forgiveness going hand in hand, forgiving somebody and then being able to, not necessarily put yourself back in that scenario that's dangerous, but you can still at least forgive them because you'll be the only one walking around with the bitterness, because a lot of times we get upset with people that did something to us years ago and they have gone on with their lives. They're living their lives, doing their thing. And we're still sitting around with, disappointed because that person's actions didn't coincide at that moment what we believe that they had the potential to be. Whether it was that person told you a lie and you couldn't believe that he lied to you. I'm Alex. I can't believe he lied to me.
Right.
Yeah.
But me, you can lie to her, but not me. I'm your girl. You see what I'm saying? So,
Right.
and so it hurts us. The disappointment hurts us more than basically what the person did, because we had expectations for that person, whether it be friendship, whether it be relationships. We had expectations, and when they even for that moment don't live up to the expectations, that's what disappoints us and causes us to say, well, I'll never forgive them, or they did this to my friends, blah, 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 or whatever it may be. And like Jesus said, cast the first stone. You don't need forgiveness, cast the first stone. And we all do at one point in time or another in life.
So I have a quick question. So you brought up a good point about the communication and believing what's communicated. So whenever you're first dating someone, I know it's kind of, I've heard both sides. So I've heard your side, but I've also heard people say that don't believe anything anyone says, believe their actions. So what is your take on that? And kind of going in like how you communicate with your wife?
Well, when you first date, let's say me and Andre on our first date, you get to the point where you know what you want to communicate, what you want to find out. So a lot of times we let people come into our lives on the first date and ramble. They just say everything. They give up all the secrets. They telling everything. She telling about her dog, her cat, her exploits, everything. And men, we slick, so we mentally taking notes. So she likes dogs. I like dogs too. You don't even like dogs. You're allergic to dogs. I like dogs too. Sometimes we're communicating too much. So on a first date, I would recommend for somebody, at least you or him, to kind of like subconsciously coach the date or what's being communicated. If you're talking about flowers, stick to the topic at hand, flowers. And then if you say, well, what's your favorite flowers? And he'll say, well, I like to give this type of flowers to a woman. And you like, well, you know what? Those are some of my favorite flowers. You see how you stick it to the topic at hand? But if you let the conversation just go all over the place and you're just spewing stuff, a man will take it and just mentally lock it back here and run with it.
Right.
And he doesn't even care. Yeah, but not a good man wouldn't do that to you. But quite often men just take what women are saying, let her talk. I tell people this, the number one thing that I ask people this, what's the number one thing Jesus did in the Bible? They like miracles. I said, nope. What was the number one thing that he did outside of miracles? The number one thing that Jesus did in the Bible was he asked questions.
Mm,
And if you want to know something about somebody, sometimes you just don't want to. Over 2,000 questions Jesus asked in those four books of the Bible. And so, if you want to know something about somebody, ask, and even if you want to know, ask them again later to see if they just told you the truth or they just made something up
right.
on the fly.
Right. So take it in, but proceed with caution at the same time,
Yeah,
because folks be
yeah,
lying.
yeah, and they because they like to get what they want.
Right. But that was a good tip of asking them later, because nine times out of 10, like they do forget. And like if they lied so much, they forget about that specific like detail. That was
What
good.
did you say
Yeah.
your favorite flowers were again?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're just trying to, it's not even the information. It's the fact that if this person can initially be honest, then they can be honest for the long term. And that's what male and females want. We want to know on the first date, can you be honest?
Right.
If you can be honest, even if you sit back and say, girl, I'm just trying to sleep with you tonight. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I'm out here to have some drinks. You looking good. I'm looking good. You know you want me. You know I want you. So what are we gonna do? And I'm being forward with it, but at least that honesty to where the woman says, because I hear women say this all the time, at least give me the choice of truth.
Right.
If
Right.
if the woman says, if I don't want to agree with your truth, accept that. If I accept your truth, accept that. But at least that's the number one thing I hear women say. It's not the fact that you lied, it's the fact that you didn't give me a choice.
Right. Because
I
like,
would have. Go ahead.
oh, sorry. I was just about to say, like, because, like, I mean, it's not like the most usual thing, but like a woman could be on the same thing that a man's on. Like, if they just want to, like, just
Yeah,
sleep and don't want nothing, like, going on
yeah.
later than that, then, like, I mean, who knows? Like, something could form out of that, but you would never know because you weren't honest about it. I know a lot of, like, women that there was, like, a situation with my friend, and, like, the guy was just, like, feeding her just, like, these unsolicited lies, like, oh, I want a relationship and da da da. And she's telling me the
Yeah.
whole time, she's like, I don't even want a relationship from him. Like, he's not, like, he's just lying. And if he were just to be honest and give me the option to tell him, like, hey, I don't want a relationship from you, like, I'm on what you're on, then, like, you wouldn't even have to use all that energy to lie.
I
Right.
have gotten in my past more women in the area of intimacy out of truth than any other slick move, any other amount of money I was going to spend, any other, just because I was just being honest with them. The last person I was with before I met my wife, I was straight honest. I said, listen, I'm not going to be living in America. I don't know where I'm going to be. This literally hadn't met my wife yet. I knew I was leaving the United States. I've been traveling at that time period. And so I said, I'm not going to be living in the United States. I say, I don't want to be one of those guys that try to trick you into thinking that I'm going to be here. I'm not. I say, here's the plan. You can agree with it or not agree with it. What's your favorite wine? Blah, 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 blah. What's your favorite music? Blah, 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 blah. You can come over my house twice a week, or I'll come over your house twice a week. We do what we're going to do. We're going to have a good time, converse and laugh, and we will never go out to a movie. I don't want to meet your pastor. I don't want to meet your kids. I don't want you to meet your cousins, your uncle. I'm not changing the tire. You better call somebody else to change the tire. If you get a flat, I don't mow no lawns. I'm not taking out your garbage if I'm over there. Nothing. I say, you won't get a birthday gift from me. You won't get a Christmas gift. Nothing. I'm your boy toy. That's all I am. Because if I do something more than that, I'm going to open up the doors of mental, subconscious intimacy for buying you a Christmas gift, for coming to meet your pastor, and then all of a sudden I leave and go move to another country, and I broke your heart when it's my job to protect your heart. I say, if
Yeah.
you cool with that, we good. And she said, you know what? Because you were honest and didn't lie, and I want you. She said, cool.
Right.
And that was the person I was with all the way up until maybe a few months. We separated because I knew that she finally met somebody, and I was happy for her. She's married
Mhm.
now.
Oh,
But
hey.
you see what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
not one of the dudes that's be like, "Would you with somebody now?" Oh man, no. I
Right.
wanted her to find somebody,
Because it
and
wasn't gonna be you.
it wasn't, and I
Right.
wasn't going to sell it. That's my point. Absolutely correct. I wasn't trying to sell, but a lot of guys try to sell it like
Right.
it's going to be them, and that's what frustrates women.
Right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry, I just wanted to chime in here really quickly. Yeah, so that's Alex, that's what I was saying earlier, Andrea. I'm sure you probably heard
Mm-hmm.
that part. Like the guys,
Mm-hmm.
the guys say stuff to keep the relation going, to keep getting the cookie, if you will, right?
Right.
So it's like but like what I've what I realized is that like when I was when I was younger, like 18, 19, 20, around that age, like I would do the BS and try to sell female on the BS, right? And then like once I started being honest and saying like, no, this is what I want, like don't expect this, don't expect that, and it worked out very well. It's been working very well for me. Like men, I will say this: the more transparent you are, you would not believe how well it works.
That's so true.
Thank
That's
you.
so true.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank
That's
you.
so
Thank
true.
you.
Yeah,
That is so
absolutely.
true. When they say honesty is the
Please.
best policy, it really is the best policy.
Yes, it
It
really,
really
really
is.
is. I mean,
Yeah,
I
because
just wish more people, more men knew that. Like y'all, so well, not y'all, but they go through like it's so much. I'm like, you're draining energy. Like you don't even have to do all
Yes.
this. You don't.
Yes.
You don't have to try
Yes.
to
yeah,
keep up with lies. It could be so simple. And you guys are living proof that women can't be on the same thing that a man is on.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I kid you not.
Absolutely. Yeah, like that gentleman, who's hanging out with your friend, like and maybe he does like your friend. I don't know, but but if it's not escalating, then he really probably doesn't like her as much. And but you don't need to keep saying that. Like you don't
Right.
need to keep saying that. Like just say like, hey, you know what? Like I'm having fun where we're at. Let's just continue to have fun. Because
Yeah.
because she said that she didn't want a relationship with him. But let's just say if she did want a relationship with him, right?
Right.
And then he's saying that, and then with Dre, what you said, like it's gonna go into her subconscious, right? And then now it's gonna be a problem because let's just say, right, like he ends up getting another girlfriend or whatever the case is.
Hmm.
Man, you guys ever seen that show called Snap? That's how
Yeah.
brothers end
Yeah.
up on Snap,
Yeah.
man.
Yes, that
Doing
is
stuff
very
like
true.
that.
Yeah.
Very,
Doing stuff
very
like
true.
Yeah.
that. Like, you don't want to end up on an episode of Snap, man.
That's
So
like
so
cars
just
get keyed and you get a Snickers in your gas tank.
Right. Tire slash, and it's like,
Yeah.
why is she
Yeah.
slashing your tires? Nothing was established because you kept on feeding her. Like, I mean, what do you expect? That hopefully, I think you know what. That's a good way to scare someone. You gonna end up on Snap if you keep on lying. I like that.
I
I
know.
like
Oh, girl, you see, you tripping. You tripping. You
Disclaimer:
know
I
you
did
ain't gonna
not
do
give
no.
Alex
Don't be
that
talking
tip.
about my car, girl.
Alex, future boyfriend, don't blame me. She took that. She took
I don't
that.
know. I don't know.
She's gonna be like,
I'll
well, she's gonna be
I'll
like,
keep
well,
you
King, the Julius
anonymous.
told me to tell you. I didn't tell you to tell him anything.
I'll keep it
Oh
anonymous. I'll just say
man,
I
But yeah,
learned it from a wise friend.
there you go. But yeah,
absolutely,
that honesty
absolutely.
goes a long way. And in what I often tell people is don't lie to others, don't lie to yourself. Because the first person we got to lie to is ourselves before we tell a lie to somebody else.
Right.
The first person that's got to hear your lie is you. What's
Hmm.
up? What's up, Jose? The first person that got to hear your lie is you. Nobody else is going to hear your lie, and then you spew it out to the world, and that person hears your lie. Quite often, guys come down here to Colombia, South America, see all the beautiful women, and here where I live is a relationship city. Beautiful women, but they heavy into relationships, love, family, things like that. So the guys will come from the States and lie. The woman will ask her, well, do you live here or do you plan on staying here? Yeah, baby, whatever you say. Yeah, I live here. And then all of a sudden, 5 days later, after she's been spending time with him, getting to know him, he's gone. When all he had to do was be honest. So a lot of guys come down here and they burn so many bridges of
Right.
good relationship or at least good friendship opportunities. They do, in other words, play the same 9 games that they did in the States.
Wow, wow, wow. I
Same
actually I was on the podcast and she was from I can't remember where she's from. It was either Brazil or Mexico. I don't know, but she had said the same thing cuz like there was like a question about like there was like a whole topic of men actually coming from the States and trying to like pursue like a foreign woman just because like to try to like swindle her. That is crazy. Like hearing that from you, like that different perspective. That is so sad. That's a lot of dedication.
That's a lot of flight money.
Right.
That's a lot of simping.
That's
Thank you. That's straight
weird.
simping, man. It ain't even called for.
That's
right.
so
Right. Yeah, absolutely, man. But before we go further, you know, I got another brother, man. He's got some
In the building.
You know, he's got some wisdom, man. And let me tell you, man, he is, you know, he's one of those guys, man. Like he'll be able to sell you a suit. He'll be able to sell you a suit, like he'll be able to sell you a suit, right? And it'll be like 130 degrees, and he'll sell you a wool suit.
That is not right. That is not right. I mean, that's right. But that ain't even right, man.
That is
No,
you.
But what I mean, you know, what I mean by that is that you know, not in a swindling way, but the thing is that you have a way of instilling belief in people and having people the ability to have people listen to you and gain their trust. You know, like you've only been in Colombia like what, about a week or so, and like you have like the whole neighborhood looking out for you, man. You know,
That's
so
right.
it's yeah, man. So salute to my brother, man.
3 days, bro. 3 days.
Yeah, 3 days. So 3 days. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, man. My brother,
Yeah.
where's Chuck, man? What's going on, brother?
Hey, salute to the panel, Alex. You're a lovely young lady, very intellectual, and I'm learning a lot. Coach Dre, it's always good to see you. And yes, Kings and Dreams, man. Thank you so much for a minute. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest. You know, the way he brought me in, he's like, yeah, you know, I have a part of a sales game. I'm gonna admit to that. But I don't want to use it for swindling. But a sales game is a sales game, and that's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to bring to the table, Alex, and say to you in all honesty. You know, sometimes men they need to be more honest. But sometimes we were trained so much to try to bring that sales game to the table, you know, to see if we could score, you know, to see if we could close the deal. That's how a salesman thinks. And so, you know, Kings knows me well. And so does Dre. They know me well. And so a part of me does have an outward going sales game. But underneath, you have to be true to yourself at one point. And you know, as we speak about relationships right here, you want to sell yourself to the person, even on the first date. Okay, so sometimes you have a tendency to step out a little bit too far. And like the gentlemen are saying, and like you're saying, it's sometimes unnecessary. The thing is that there is a fear of rejection that's also associated with the sales game. Okay, it's associated. So one is a sales game to sell myself because I like the girl. She's cute. I want her to like me. I want to be with her. The other thing is that, man, I don't want to get rejected because I'm so laid back. I didn't give her no game. I didn't give her nothing to work with. I just told her, hey, I like you. If you like me, I'll come over. I ain't cooking no food. You know, like my guy said, I'm just running down, I ain't taking the trash out. You know, but hey, if you want to hang out with me, I'm right here. Now, me and my sales game, I'm thinking, Chuck, that is never going to work, bro. You got to put some sauce on that thing. All right. But in reality, we are learning that, yeah, just to be straightforward, to be more authentic to yourself, and see how that works. Maybe once in a while you might get the girl to say, wow, I'm glad you did that. Just like you said, Alex, I'm glad you did that. And yeah, you can hang out. I like that. And then sometimes you're thinking, man, like Charles Jones is hilarious in the chats. You know, sometimes got your eyes. Sometimes you got your eyes on something and you thinking, man, I hope she don't say no, because I already saw that, you know, and I hope that I can close this deal. But I just want to say, after taking responsibility for being a salesman first, that I have learned how to be authentic.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? After I, crack a few jokes, I'm going to let you know that I'm fully authentic. And in fact, that's what happened when I came to Columbia. You know what I mean? I walked right down the street. I said two things. And the young lady knew I wasn't putting on. She knew I wasn't lying. She knew I was right there in life in real time. Asked her two things. She gave me the answer to both things. I came back. She looked at my bed. She said, "You're not going to go home and go cook, are you?" And I was like, "Well, I just got here. I got my survival game right here. I think I am." She said, "No, you're not." Okay. She said, "I see what's in your bag." She said, "You show back up in 1 hour, bruh, and you're eating with us. You're going to be right here at the table."
Yeah,
She
that's
said,
how
"My
they
daughter
do.
is cook. My daughter is cooking. My daughter is cooking, and you're now invited to lunch." Well, that lunch turned into a 9 hour ordeal. I even went in there and helped them paint the rest of the restaurant. But it was all about being authentic, being yourself, and win or lose, they can accept you or reject you. In this
Mhm.
particular case, they accepted me. So I agree with the gentleman in what you're saying. It is a good feeling when you get accepted, but you have to be willing to get rejected.
Yes.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true. That's
absolutely.
so true about the
Right.
rejection.
Hmm.
I got a quick question for you, Alex.
Mhm.
Is there a time that a woman, let's put it like this, with us men, we've honed our craft of approaching women so well so many times, with whether it be acceptance or rejection, we can kind of read a woman in a matter of moments. A
Right.
man can really read a woman's energy, like, she's my type, she's not my type, she's got masculine energy, she's got feminine energy. Is there a time in life that women get to a point where you can basically read this dude is the type that usually would come to me with BS? This is the serious dude. And is so do you get to a point in life where you can read a guy? Second part of the question is, does a woman get to a point in her life where she stop ignoring the fact that she just read that guy and it was BS? Because sometimes y'all know, because we see it. Your
Right.
male friends be like, he ain't right, babe. And you're like,
Mhm.
no, but and you trying to convince yourself, you trying to convince us, you trying to convince everybody else. Is there a point in time, A, when you all stop lying to yourself, or when you're able to read a guy? Let's put it like this: you're able to read a guy a lot better than you did in a certain other stage. And B, is there a time when that switch finally flip and you say, you know what, let me accept what I'm reading? Because us men, we do that. We
Mhm.
know who is who at a certain stage of life.
Right. So the for me it usually comes like just having that like first and like if we decided to hang out and I'm just talking to you one on one, I can tell from that. Now, I don't even like credit that to myself. I just credit that to God. I can't even
Mhm.
just like tell you like it's just from what I've learned. It's because of that discernment that he's gifted me. I always
Right.
pray before I'm like meeting someone to kind of show me things that I may usually be blind to. So that helps me a lot. But also, I will say there are like if you're not a really spiritual person, the more you date around and meet and talk to people, you'll be able to pick up on it, just like little warning signs, like if they're
Mhm.
trying to like oversell themselves, if just some people just say off the wall things, how they approach you, hey love, kissing your hand and stuff, and like all of that, just like all that extra stuff, like you just know. And yeah, so I think it just depends on like how much you've interacted with the gender that you like to pursue, cuz like I will say like during high school, like yeah, I definitely was naive because I didn't like date around. I didn't talk to like a lot of people, but like as I'm about to graduate college now, I just know like right off the bat like when someone just we're just not going to vibe, they're overselling it,
Yeah.
they're not being truthful. You can just kind of tell. It's like an energy thing. I don't know if like that
Mhm.
makes sense, but I think y'all would know. Like y'all been in the game long
Yeah.
enough. It's definitely an
Yeah.
energy thing. And I think women start to get tired of it like after you go through that situationship where y'all didn't have no title and you up here crying over a man that really wasn't even yours and you heartbroken and you just your friends were like, girl, like it just was not that deep. It was like a brief talking stage and you're like, well, I just ignored everything. And I think after you experience that heartbreak, hopefully you get tired. Hopefully you do get tired. I know that's what it was for me. I was like, after I experienced that, I was like, no more. I'm not putting myself through that. So it's like you'll get tired. It may not be after that first heartbreak, but you'll get tired of feeling the way that you are. And you have to respect yourself enough to not want to put yourself through that. So it's really up to you when you decide to stop putting yourself through that, because women know, like you said, they know when this person isn't good for them. They know when to leave a person, but 9 times out of 10, they don't want to. And sometimes it takes, more than it takes a couple of heartbreaks for some women to get it through, but that's whenever you finally had enough and you had like a lot of risk, or you've grown more respect for yourself to not put yourself through that again.
All right.
So let me kind of piggyback off of Dre's question, Alex. So would you say, from your perspective, and then also, females perspective, obviously you can't speak for all females, but situations that you've seen, so that they know that the man is not going to change, his behaviors, and they remain with the man. Now, do you believe that part of it is that they hope that he will change?
Yes.
And okay, so they hope that he will change. All right,
1000%. It's
okay.
yeah. It's that they hope that the person will change. Like you said, potential is a huge thing. A lot of women like see that like all sometimes it really does take for a minute to show like a little push that they're trying little, and then that little a woman will take and just make it the most big thing. It's like, no, babe, he still has a lot to work on. Like that's not enough. And
Mhm.
so, yeah, it's the potential, it's the hope, it's just some women just don't reach that point yet. I've known a lot of women that were like, I was like, why do you keep on putting yourself through that? And they just weren't tired yet, if that makes sense. Like, you just really have to be at your wits' end at it. And a lot of women, I guess, don't want to like change their type also. That's like a thing that I've
Ooh, that's a good
started.
point.
That's a thing that I've started to find too. A lot of women are like so comfortable with their type, they don't want to like go outside the box,
Mhm.
that they're like,
Mhm.
maybe I can find the person who is like within my type and I can find a good person. It's like, no, you can't. Like, you're gonna have to kind of like expand. This person, this type of person that you constantly seeking is not working. You're gonna have to like go outside of that, and that's a comfortability with it. There, a lot of people have expectations for what they think they deserve as well. So yeah, it's a lot of evaluation, self-evaluation when it comes to that.
Yeah. Excellent point.
Absolutely. No,
Excellent point.
that's a yeah, that's an interesting, that's interesting that you say that. And so so let me ask you again. Now, do you believe in maybe the females that you've encountered, friends, family, what have you? Now, are they of the understanding that they know that a man is not going to change unless he wants to make that change?
Yes.
Or okay, so they are in, okay, all right,
Uh-huh. Oh,
okay.
were you? What else were you about to say? I'm about to, because you hit on it, but were you about to say something else? I'm
No,
sorry.
what I was no, I was just gonna say, because you were saying that, ladies, like, hope that the man will change. So what I was saying is that, like, do they know that the man won't change unless he wants to? If a man works at the post office, he's been at the post office, 15 years or whatever, and like he's comfortable with that job, he's making a decent salary, and there's nothing wrong with average men or whatever, right? But like she, maybe she wants him to start his own business so that more money could be accumulated. But he has been at his job 15 years. He's happy there. He's happy making the money that he's making. He likes his routine, right? And then the woman kind of grows resentful, but it's like, no, like he's not going to change his routine. So if you know that he's not going to change his routine, why try to change him? And
Mm,
again, that this is, I'm asking you, and then also females that you've come across, like I know you can only answer for yourself, but I wanted to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, so um a lot of the people that I'm around, a lot of the women that I'm around, they know that a man is not going to change unless he wants to for that person. And it's
Mhm.
because they've been in that situation.
Right.
So they'll be with someone like in a situationship for like 6 months and he made no advancements at all. And then she finally has enough and then boom, right, he's in a relationship doing everything that he wanted or everything that she wanted him to do with another person. And then that's when it hits, and it's a dagger. It hurts. It does hurt, but I mean, that's whenever you start to realize and you come with that wisdom. If this man wanted to, it wouldn't have taken him 6 months because, like you said, men know when they want to pursue someone, they know when they want to make that person them. That's
Mhm.
whenever you have that realization. And it sucks that a lot of women, I mean, including myself, like I'm not righteous at all. Like I had to go through it too. Um, but it sucks experiencing that, but like it helps and it helps you not waste your time because I mean, yeah, you just see that what men are capable of doing for someone that they actually like. And if they don't like you, you're going to know because it's going
Yeah.
to take forever. And it doesn't take forever. And you see that because you see once they ended it with you, they're doing everything that you wanted them to do instantly for that other girl.
Right. Yeah.
Does it
Yeah.
does it does a woman also think that she can make the changes in this man?
Yeah, they
I'm holding out for a minute because I think I can just nudge him a little bit to make the changes. What do you think about that?
Think that. I personally never been that girl because my mom she instilled that in me. She was like, "You are
Oh,
not gonna be able to change a man. You are not his therapist,
okay, okay.
psychologist. Like that's not gonna happen." But a lot of women do think that. Because I mean, back to the pity thing, like you said, a lot of people have like a savior complex. A lot of women do, and I feel
Lois
like as
Nightingale, yeah.
nurturers, yeah, as natural nurturers, we think
Yes,
that okay, there's this person who is a
yes.
little lost. Maybe I can give him my nurturing nature, and then we can make it change. And it's like it's just not how it works. And yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people have to go through that experience. But I've never gone through that experience. I'm not doing that. I don't can't. But it does happen, and I think that it's just in our nature as women to kind of want to do it and to help out someone who obviously is emotionally unavailable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me just read some of these comments here. From Bruce Rain. Um,
Yeah,
I
That's a
like that name
that's
too, Bruce Rain. I don't
I
know if
know,
that's
right?
like play on words or what, but I like it. Imagine if we could be completely honest and open from the start. For instance, first date. I'm not trying to have a meal, but I would much rather invite her to a place that reflects my interest. Well, what I would say to that, Bruce, is like if you don't want to have a meal, maybe do something like casual, maybe meet up for a quick drink or something. You don't necessarily have to have a meal per se. So there's ways of being creative about it though.
Yeah,
Yep.
our first date was a museum. Andrea and I, when I approached her here, I asked her about museums, and then next thing you know, she invited me out to go to uh, the Black History Museum here, and so I got a chance to learn a lot about Afro-Colombian history here in Colombia on our first date.
That's so
So
cool.
that me, I'm a type of person that, I like to go bowling on first dates, or
Mhm.
little activities that, or even if it's a fundraising hike, like, I mean, a fundraising walk, like when I was in Tampa, I would do that. Like, hey, I got a ticket for a fundraiser that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are doing to raise money for this, for the kids in the community. Would you like to go on this 5K walk with me? Those type of things, that where you
That's
can
cool.
walk, get your exercise in at the same
Mhm.
time, be able to converse and get to know each other by the time you get done walking.
Yeah.
Right. Like
AJ.
dates that aren't just like the typical boring dates. Like if you invite me to the movies, I'm not going. I'm just not. I think the movies is actually a really bad first date, personally.
True.
Like
No,
you're
it's a yeah, no, it's a very bad first date. The only way that could work is if it's dinner then the movie then dinner, because you're watching a movie, right, and then afterwards you have something to talk about like the
Mhm.
movie. But if it's
Oh,
just the movie by itself, it for a first date it's not gonna work. Like it
No.
would have to be the movie then dinner, you know.
hey, Dre.
But
Hey,
like
Dre.
it has to be a combination. You can't have the movie by itself, because it's not gonna work. Like yeah, like after, like maybe after like the fourth or fifth date or whatever, like you guys have already built a rapport. After the third day, probably some relations
Mhm.
have happened, so you guys are a little closer. So it's all good. Movie's cool, but the first date, no, that doesn't work.
Hey, Dre. Bowling
What's up?
is a good first date. Bowling is a good. What do
Yeah,
you think
it's
about
bowling.
that,
It's
Alex?
fun,
You know,
I
especially if,
hey,
if you
look,
can't bowl and she can't bowl. It's,
no,
it's,
no.
it's just so much fun just laughing at
Yeah,
each other.
But
yeah,
hold up,
yeah.
but hold up though. I thought it was a good date, and I'm a club man, so I knew, hey man, get out the club, man, and go somewhere. All right, but I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, man. The girl, she came with me. I said, hey, let's go bowling, and I thought I had everything going good. Everything was going good. She was a cute girl, so we was bowling. Everything was going good. But I made one mistake. And that's why when you said it, I just started cracking up because, I had the darndest luck here. Okay, when I'm trying to do the right thing, right? I messed around and beat the girl bowling, man.
Bad
Bruh,
move.
what is
I'd have
wrong
been
with
throwing gutter
that?
balls. No,
hey,
no, no.
bro.
Do not win. Do
That is
not
so
I'm so,
win.
whack.
hey, I'm so
Yeah,
embarrassed,
yeah.
man.
It
I'm
sounds
so
good from
embarrassed.
the woman's perspective, but from the man's side, yes, you ladies do not. The modern day woman, she wants to win it all, and she wants to
That's a
win at
fact.
bowling. And we want we like we as men, we like that little girl in you to come out when you won. We like
Hmm.
seeing
Right,
that when you like,
Yeah.
I just won. You
right.
get your little bragging moments, and we know
Yeah,
that we let y'all win, but we
yeah,
love that little girl
Right.
coming out,
yeah.
especially during a first date, and you feeling that
Yo,
giddiness
I was,
that you just beat me. That you like, yeah, I
Right.
just
yes,
beat the 6 foot giant that was talking all that
yes,
junk and bowling, and I
Right.
just
Right.
beat you,
Right. Right.
giant brother. And
Yep.
we love the fact that y'all had those bragging moments and feel happy. And so and it lets us know that you can show your humorous side. You can show that little girl in you side, and that open side. We like
Right.
that moments. But when we win, you don't get that opportunity,
that's
and we
right.
don't think about it. We don't
Right.
give you that opportunity
Oh,
to have
man.
that moment of
Right.
bragging, the moment of being
Bruh,
giddy, the
I
moment of
was
being
right there.
humorous.
I was
Yeah, the
right
moment of
there.
teasing,
Right. Yep.
things like that. And it's also a flirtatious moment. So,
Yeah.
what do
Absolutely.
you win, girl?
Absolutely.
What do you
I
want to
don't
win?
Yeah.
I
Yeah. And
don't know.
well,
Maybe
so sorry. Go ahead,
I was
Alex.
about to say maybe I'm in the minority, but do not let me win. I do not like that. I'm an extremely competitive person, so I
See,
like a
that's
good yeah, I like a good competition. And if you win, I'm still gonna talk mess. I
Yes.
don't it don't
Okay.
I
matter.
like that then. If there was
yeah.
more
Okay.
like you, it'd be a wonderful
Okay. So
world.
so
Yeah, we
men,
need to have more women like you because
so
I
men,
could
this is
tell
what you.
I could tell she was like, man, I had both arms around your whole neck, bro. You was getting ready to be good, but you beat me. Wow. So I blew the whole thing, man. Good
Oh
grief, man.
wow. No, that
So
I hate that because it makes me feel like you're kind of like, oh, I gotta take it easy on her. Like, no, like I
No, but
want
I
full
don't want to,
competition.
and I don't want to let you win either. I'm not about that. You know what I mean? We can bowl, but you might can beat me. But I'm not going to let you beat me. I mean,
Right.
I'm not going to just give it away like you're a child. I mean, this life is competitive, you know.
Right. Yes,
no, well,
but
1000%.
okay,
still,
no, you gotta make it. You gotta make it competitive, but like don't like don't throw. I mean, don't bowl like a 250 and she bowl like a 60 or 40. You're like,
Right.
whoa. That's like,
You
you know
know
what I
you're a
mean?
professional bowler. You've been out
That's
here
like,
every Saturday for the last 6 years.
yeah,
Right.
You want to take her bowling?
Yeah, that's like
Come
playing.
on,
You know,
man.
that's like playing basketball. You know, that's like playing basketball with a girlie, and you just Steph Currying on her all day.
Right.
Like you just like, whoa, like man, she can't even get a shot off, man. Like
I
no,
got you, man. I got you. I got
If,
you, man.
if I'm bowling against somebody who scored like a 250, then that's when I like start coming up. I start playing dirty. That's when I start coming up behind, may scream at you, tickle you something.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
I like to
So you
trash
got some
talk.
game with you.
right,
All right.
right.
All right.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
good.
So Bruce Wayne again, he says the younger bulls won't catch that key to honesty in college though. That comes later for most men.
Mm.
Emphasis on most.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I agree with that, but I also think like a outlet like these, you know, like things that are, you know, men centric, woman feminine centric, you know, where we're talking to um you know, men and both women, you know, so the younger generation has, you know, they can watch these things and look and see that the level of transparency, you know, when, you know, like starting, you know, from a younger age, like it's fine to do. Because when I, you know, like you know, when I was 19, 20 years old, I'm 37 now, but when I was 19, 20 years old, like I didn't have, like I had like older men and things like that, but like who you know, older men who would give me some guidance. But also like it took a while for me to really take heed to what they were saying, because I'm just like, oh man, like these some old dudes, man, you know, I'm the young hot dude, whatever, I'm getting all the girls, this, that, the third, or whatever, you know, and I'm shooting all lies and dreams to these girls, and you know, and I almost got caught up in a real situation, and I was like, okay, like no, I really got to listen. But outlets like these, you can rewind the tape, you can listen. And the thing is, you know, like there's so many, you know, there's so many outlets, you know, like you can listen to. Like, you know, if you don't like Lead Attorney, listen to Kevin Samuels. If you don't like Kevin
Oh,
Samuels, you know,
no.
listen to whoever.
Right.
But I'm
Sorry.
just saying. I'm sorry, what happened?
You said Kevin Samuels.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, here we go.
I
Let's
don't
go.
think so.
Here we go. Big
No.
yes.
Sorry.
Here we go. Here we go.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, boy.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. Don't get free game from Kevin Samuels, but maybe somebody else a little more. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll have another discussion another time about that.
Okay.
No, well, you know, I like Kevin, but I know Kevin is not everybody's cup of tea, but it's all good. But
You
like,
like
you know,
Kevin? I was just starting to like you.
See how you did that? Like bowling.
I'm
See how,
kidding.
see how he let her
See, you
win?
gotta be careful.
You
You
see
gotta
how
be
he should have
careful.
let her win? You should have just said, no, he could have lied and said, you know what? I don't like Kevin either. She'd have been
Yes.
good. She'd have been happy. All
Yes.
smiles. You know what I'm saying? That's
I'm
what I said
kidding.
about bowling. Let her win.
Yes.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Let
I'm
her
kidding.
win.
no,
You don't exude what he says, so okay, you get a pass. You get a pass.
yeah. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Let's see where we at.
That is funny.
Yeah, man, definitely shout out to Andre, man. You know, make sure that you like, follow, and subscribe to his YouTube channel for sure. Yeah, where's Chuck, man? You subscribe to him as well.
Oh, yeah.
You got a live tomorrow. Do you know what time you going live yet or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live right at 4:30. I'm gonna get out there early in case anybody got some strong lives coming behind me in the evening. So I'll go 4:30 to 5:30. I'm Medellin time right now, so I'm an hour behind you on the East Coast. Alex, where are you? Where are you today?
I'm at Arkansas, Little Rock,
Okay.
Arkansas.
She's on the same time as you.
Okay.
Oh, she's on the same time as me. Okay.
Yeah.
And Andre's in
That's
Cali.
Central time.
Andre, me and your time is the same.
Yeah, Colombia doesn't change its time.
All right. Okay.
Its time zones. Actually, United States has actually got policies, not policies, but proposals out there right now a couple of bills that they want to pass across the board. They've been working on this for a while, but this year they're really taking it serious to pass across the board, where there is just one time zone in the United States, because the United States is one of the few countries in the world that has as many time zones as it has. So they're really seriously thinking about just getting rid of the time zones.
Dude, isn't it so crazy that people have the power to just like change the time? That is insane to me.
The time.
Yeah. I know that's crazy. But what I'm hearing is that the last daylight savings time is going to be in November. So if that is the case, then East Coast would actually still be on Columbia time. We would be on Columbia time. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
The only reason they had it like that is because of for farming. That was it.
Alex, really quick, check the chat.
Okay. Do you do Instagram? Because I don't like have a YouTube channel.
Yeah. Just send me the link, and then I'm gonna post it, and then Felicia's gonna repost it.
Okay. Let me.
Have you thought about doing a YouTube channel? Have you ever thought about it?
So I literally have one video up. I hate editing video like to my core. I really hate it so much. I'm just like an audio person, like strictly like I work at a radio station. I like audio and stuff. So yeah, I didn't want to be like a YouTuber. I just wanted to do audio, kind of be able to listen to me like in your car, like on whatever platform you listen to, whether it's like Spotify or Apple or Google and stuff like that.
Yeah, I did podcasting for three years before I got into YouTube.
Ooh,
nice. So yeah, when podcasting was young. Yeah. We used to meet up groups in Tampa of like 50 people at conventions and things like that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Well, what I would say, Alex, is maybe do like more live streaming, because editing is something I hate too, but I know how to talk, so I'm like, all right, like I'm gonna be doing live stream. I am gonna break down some videos and stuff like that, but most of my content will be live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because Alex, you're great to look at. Like you already got monetization. You already got monetization written all over your channel. So Andre will back me up on that. You're great to look at, and you can talk.
That's really kind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was gonna say, you're very pretty, so you don't want to. You gotta utilize what you have. Utilize what you have.
Well, I do act, so.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Cool. There you go.
Yeah, and even if you do live streams, you could just take the audio from the live stream and just drop it on Spotify. You can drop it on. Apple.
Yeah, that's true.
You can drop it on all the platforms. That's the cool thing about live streams. You're not editing. You can set the time for it. Usually, with live stream, audiences are listening to you washing dishes. The live streams are like podcasts. People are listening to you washing dishes in their car. So we're not they don't necessarily have to look at you. Like I was on the last live stream. I was editing some videos, but I'm listening to what the gentlemen were saying on Kings and Dreams last. So I treated it like it was a podcast. But if I wanted to do visual or come back and do visual, I had that option. And it's the same thing with you. So even if you just want to take the audio and just drop it into Spotify or into any podcasting platform that you're using, you can actually do it that way and no editing involved. I love editing, so I do both. I got a lot of channels, so but at the end of the day, that's the easiest way of doing this. One of the hottest thing that's going on right now is live streaming because it's so easy compared to the editing of the videos.
Okay,
you can always come up with some good topics, invite guests on. Invite your audience on, just drop the link so you don't have to do all the talking. That's another way. So it's a lot of ways for you to succeed doing live streams. And actually with YouTube, women make 3 times as much as men make on YouTube.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that statistically.
Okay, well, y'all kind of got me convinced. So I'll look into it for sure. I wasn't like, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And it makes really, really good money.
Okay.
That's another thing that people take for granted with us YouTube content creators. They think that we're out here struggling, and I'm like, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if you yeah,
It's
so
really,
if you
really
yeah, so if you guys look, hold on, I'm gonna blow you up here, Dre, really quick.
Not
So if
AR in here.
so if you look right there, you see the like the
Oh yeah,
silver YouTube plaque right there. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
man.
that's over 100K. Yeah,
Congratulations.
oh yeah.
thank you.
That is so cool.
Yeah, we got that about year and a half ago, about two,
Yep.
yeah, yeah, about a year and a half ago. We hit 100. One of our channels hit 100,000, and
Yep.
so
That is
that caused
cool.
the other channels to bounce and ricochet. So every channel has a boomerang effect because you tell your audience, "Hey, I started a channel over here," and everybody starts to go over to that channel. So all of a sudden, that channel is monetized, and that's bringing in money. So now you got spinning plates of money or different forms of revenue coming in. That doesn't include the courses that you get, the consultation money that you get, the book sales of the books that you write, the merchandise from the t-shirts and the cups and the mugs money that you make. Also, your Amazon links. For example, I got the floating sticks that everybody like on Kevin Samuel. So in my videos, hey, go down to the bottom of the description, click on the link, go direct to my Amazon account, and you can purchase one of those. All that revenue is there for you to take advantage of
Right.
just as a YouTuber. So it's not just the money that you make off of Google AdSense. It's also so many avenues, public speaking opportunities. I used to be the president of Toastmasters for my branch, and I actually came in second place national
Oh,
for Toastmaster speech.
congratulations.
Yeah, I gave a speech about falling off of my horse in the Grand Canyon, so and get back up on your horse. So like, yeah,
You
Wait,
fell off a
really?
horse?
true story. Yeah, I was riding down in the Grand Canyon. You can take a horse in the canyon, and I was riding my horse, and I forgot what happened, and the saddle was a little loose, and I fell off the horse. And so I took that moment. A few months later, somebody asked me a speech to be in the citywide contest, and so I gave the speech about falling off of a horse. And what I used as my horse, I used a broomstick, like when little boys use the broomstick as their horse when they're a kid.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I did. So as I was giving the speech, I was using the broomstick as my horse, describing that in life there are times where you'll fall off the horse. And then the end of the speech end is not. I realized once I was there in the canyon, it wasn't amazing because it was large. It wasn't amazing because it was beautiful, but it was amazing because how it made you feel. And how it made you feel was grand. And people just stand in ovation because they're like, wow, how that's amazing way to play on words of the Grand Canyon actually makes you feel grand. That's why it's the Grand Canyon, to where most of us think of it from the perspective of the length or the size of the Grand Canyon. But I used it in a metaphoric way of getting back on, just getting back on the horse of life and just going back on it and just enjoying yourself and just and going forward. So that speech went well. But I digress. My point is that there are so many opportunities for you, even in podcasting. It's the exact same thing. I didn't even talk about sponsors, advertisers that want to advertise on your channel. They'll pay you. They'll reach out to you, say, "Hey, I got $1,000 in my marketing budget. Can we get 15 seconds of you advertising our product on your show?" And you're like, "Okay, cool." If you can do it for 1,500, if you can get another $500, never take the first amount of money they offer you, never. But if you can do it for 1,500, we got a deal. And all of a sudden, they somehow magically find the other $500. And so all of this entails opportunities for YouTubers to take advantage of. We've been doing this 4.5 years, and like I was saying in another video earlier, we're six figures every year now. So, and we're living in South America, so we don't even spend most of the money. So at the end of the day, there is so much opportunity here on this YouTube platform that we are really looking forward. Our goal now is in the next 3 years to be 7 figures with our YouTube channels. As also, like I said, we just started not only consultations when it comes to traveling here, but now everybody wants to know your YouTube knowledge, and so now they want consultations for that. And so all this entail. Even with your podcasting, people will gravitate to your knowledge, and that's even more forms of revenue.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on all your accomplishments and y'all's as well. That's major.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'm graduating soon, so I'm definitely trying to explore more avenues. So thank you guys for the insight. You guys definitely
Yeah.
provided me with some knowledge. So I'll look into it for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And see, Dre has Andre, and they building it together.
True.
See,
My wife
together.
has a channel, so she's doing great.
Yep, wife has a channel too. So it's yeah, absolutely, man. Salute to you. Yeah, man. That was a lot of game right there, man. So Dre,
Right.
I'm gonna clip
Free
that.
game. I gotta take
Yeah, like
it.
man,
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
I have
I
so
was
many.
taking notes too, though. All right.
I love it.
Seriously, I was like, hold up, whoa, okay, okay, all right,
Dre always does that, though. It was one
yeah,
question, but you getting ready to get a truck back. You getting ready to back a truck up. He's getting ready to unload on you.
See,
Wow,
they
yeah,
it
they
was a
knew
lo-
that.
yeah,
it was a loaded question,
Yeah.
right? He asked you
yeah.
one question. Wow, there you go.
No, seriously,
Yeah,
so,
they
so
knew that.
no, seriously, like you really gotta give Dre his flowers because like if Dre respects you, he will overindulge in information and it's useful
Yeah.
information. So it's not like
Very.
he's just rambling. Like it's useful information, and you really have to take those nuggets and absorb those nuggets. It's man, it's bar none, man.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
pretty good.
absolutely, absolutely.
I was sucked in. I was like, I'm trying to keep up.
Yeah, you're
What do
just
you
gonna have to
say?
watch. Yeah, you're gonna have to go to like the 145-minute mark,
I
a one
definitely
hour
am.
45-minute mark, and be like, okay, yeah, this is what he said. Okay, got it.
1000%.
Yeah, yeah. Don't
Yeah,
don't be don't be don't be look. Don't be too prideful to grab a notepad and a pen when he starts dropping. I've seen him do it
Right.
before, so it's okay. It's
yeah,
all right. I
Yeah.
Right.
have no shame in my note taking game.
Mhm.
If
Yeah,
you
I
have
wish I had
questions,
that pen pad because you knew, but like I'm gonna go like after
Yeah.
this comes up, I'm gonna go back and write it all down.
yeah,
if you have any questions
absolutely,
about
absolutely.
how to get
There's
started, how to really take your channel as a beginner to at least the next level of getting that thought. We were making money before we even got monetized. We were making money on products. We were making money on affiliate marketing. So a lot of people think that, well, I got to get to my 1,000 subscribers and I got to get to my 4,000 watch hours before I get monetized. And that's not necessarily true at all. I mean, you could just chill from Kings and Dreams with the super chats. I mean, not the super chats, but
Cash
the
apps.
cash apps.
Cash apps. Starting to
You see
come
what I'm
in good.
saying? He's
Yes.
not
yeah,
even at the point of 1,000. He's not monetized, but yet his audience believes in how he does it, believes in him, and they are being supportive. As a
Mhm.
woman, as a woman, attractive,
yep,
articulate
Thank you.
sister in
yep,
this avenue, you will clean up. And I'm not just talking about you just going for it for the money, but I'm talking about you have something to say, and all of a sudden you'll find yourself being invited to other YouTube channels. And all of a sudden your audience is growing because you're on all these other channels like Kings and Dreams does, like I do. Because the one thing about YouTube and podcasting I learned is this: you cannot succeed alone. It's impossible.
Yes.
Nobody has done it. No one has done it. Even when we talk about Kevin Samuels was doing it for 5 years, only made it to 50,000 subscribers. On year 6, that's when he blew up. And the
yep.
problem that I find with a lot of people is they don't make it to the year 6 to reap the benefits thereof.
Right.
Mhm.
Mm,
Yeah, you gotta
mm,
you gotta keep knocking on that door.
mm.
I know that Alex, you probably feel a way about Kevin, but what I will say about him in this aspect is that how he market himself to be able to be close to 1.5 million on Instagram, and then his YouTube channel having
Woo.
1.5, so
Mhm.
basically 3 million subscribers. From that, like, regardless of whether you like what he says, his business acumen is bar none.
Right.
Yes,
You
I
know,
agree.
so
1000.
yeah, and then one person I would ask you to look up. Her name is Melanie King,
Melanie.
Yeah.
and
That's who
she,
she. You know what? That's who she reminds me of.
yeah, yeah,
That's
she
who
does.
Alex reminds me of. I
I'm gonna
kept
say
thinking
Right.
that. I'm
thank
glad
you.
that you said Melanie. I didn't even say
Oh,
anything.
that's nice.
The whole time I was thinking, I was like, man, she could be doing it like Melanie. That's
Yeah,
exactly
because
what I was thinking of.
because Melanie King, she when she first started, I think she started her channel
Yeah.
late
Late
last
last year.
year, and her channel hasn't been up for a year, and she has 145K subscribers.
Yes, I'm
Hmm.
looking at her right now. She's
Yeah,
pretty. Thank you.
she's well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Beautiful, black, articulate,
Hmm.
feminine.
Hmm.
Let me tell you, the guys are gonna drool. The ladies are gonna appreciate it. Trust me, them dollars are gonna be flying in.
Yeah.
Hmm.
YouTube,
That's true.
YouTube, utilize everything that Dre said, everything that we're saying. So, show your face. Trust me, show your face.
Will
That's
do.
true.
The wheels are turning. Thank you guys.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
no
Oh yeah.
worries, no worries, no worries. Okay. So I've been wanting to read this exclusive. It's on a play. It's a play on words. Bruce Wayne. Yeah, I know Bruce Wayne. Was a battle rapper back in the day, and it stuck. Oh man,
That's
interesting.
Ah.
dope.
Mm, nice.
Yeah, man. I love battle rap. So when I actually first started, so I was gonna do travel. I was gonna do travel. I was gonna do travel RP content, and then and battle rap. But I realized, like, with battle rap, you got to be like really hype. So I was like, no, like, I'm kind of like, like, relax, chill. I'm like, I can't talk about battle rap when I'm relaxed and chill. So I'm like, I got to get a whole separate channel for that. So.
Alex, what is your podcast or your shows about? What type of content do you?
Yeah, so basically I like to talk about like the art of relationships. So I'm like really into exploring like the trials and tribulations that like arise from relationships, whether that's like with yourself, your significant other, friendships, or your family members. And yeah, I just like to talk about the things that young adults go through. Cause like I was saying at the beginning, I kind of like went through a moment where I just felt like I was in a funk. Like I didn't know where I was going, like what I wanted to do with my life, who wanted around me. And I was just kind of like, why isn't there like something going on, like an authentic, like voice just talking about like this normal situation that I'm in? So that's what kind of like made me want to start it and what I talk about. And I just recently like I'm in a transitional phase right now, and it couldn't have came at a more perfect time now that I'm graduating college. A lot of people that I came
That's
in
good.
with that
Congratulations.
I thought thank you that I thought were gonna be with me forever are not here anymore, which is sad, but like it's a lesson that I have to learn. So I'm like ready to talk about that and get back to that. So, and you guys have provided me with so much knowledge, especially like Jay. Like I really appreciate it. So this is all like fueling me. So I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And shout out to AR, the knowledge or not, no, excuse me, him versus her solutions. I just came off his podcast. So AR, I love AR. He's so cool.
Yeah, yeah. No, oh man, let me tell you. So,
Right.
oh man, you gotta watch this. You gotta watch this video clip with her and AR. It is so funny, right? So he's like, you gotta submit. So she's like, submit to who? The whole time, and he's just all he keeps saying is, you gotta submit, you gotta submit, you gotta submit. But like I saw that clip, and that was what really drove my attention, because I was like, because um like, because AR had posted it. AR posted it. I was like, oh, I was like, let me check this out. And so ever since then, I just started like looking at your channel and things like that. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah, like you. you articulate yourself well, and you have
Thank
very
you.
good talking points. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Yeah, shout out to AR. He's so cool. He's doing his own thing over at his channel, and I'm
Yep.
honored
That's
to
what's up.
semi
Yeah.
be a part of it because he be saying some wild things sometimes, but we work with it.
No, I mean I
That's
like
cool.
AR, man. Speaking of AR, man, so I was, I'm supposed to get on his panel, and then he's supposed to come here. So we got to coordinate that, though. We got to
I
coordinate
gotta
that.
watch it. I got to watch it because,
Oh yeah,
like I
no,
said,
that's gonna be
I just came off of his thing right before I came here, and I was just like, oh my
right.
gosh, I was like,
Yeah,
what was that?
we were live at the same time, but I wish, I wish I had known that AR. You should have told me that you was going live at the same time. But it's cool. But like, because I would have tried to move my first live, but because I wanted to see him. But it's all good.
So dope.
Yeah, no, he's a very good, very cool dude. Bruce Rain, literally seen a dude who specializes in lawn care. Buddy has over 1 million subscribers. There's a lane for everybody out here.
Wow.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
yeah.
People like taking care of
Absolutely.
their lawn. So let me tell you. So being from being born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. So like I didn't know like how important a lawn was to a house.
What?
No,
Major.
Man,
no,
I'm from the
bro,
Midwest, so
I'm in an
in
apartment
Florida,
building.
down south.
I'm in an apartment building. The only grass that I saw was at the park. Like I didn't know anything about lawns. I'm in a building, bro. So anyway, so now I have a house. Now I have a house, and I see like all my neighbors. They take care of their lawn, and then on my, again, this is a while. I take care of my lawn properly now, but I will admit, at first, it was going to hell, and I
Man,
was like,
listen, don't let them
Yeah.
neighbors
yeah,
leave a note on your door.
and then
Just
the
Let
neighbor,
them
leave it,
neighbors
leave
leave
it
a
in
note
the
on your door.
notes. You got a
Thank
couple
you. Leave a
notes.
note on your door, messing up the neighborhood.
They don't
Get
play
that
that,
lawnmower,
bro.
get on there and get that.
no, they don't,
Clip
no,
the
they don't.
edges,
They
man.
started feeling away, and I'm like, oh, I really got to take care of this. So
Yeah,
no, no,
yeah, you do.
yeah, but I got the
And it's a
best lawn now, so
competition.
that's
Right.
yeah, I got the best lawn.
Who has the best lawnmower
That's
too?
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Absolutely,
That's
man.
right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh wow, that is funny. I remember
Follow.
those
Oh,
days.
Charles is following you on Instagram. When people show you
Thank you,
who they
Charles.
are, believe them.
Believe
Yes,
them.
agreed.
That's right,
Agreed.
Felicia.
Yeah, that's right.
Maya Angelou, correct?
Oh, that was Maya Angelou that said that. That's right. I thought it was
Oh,
Oprah,
okay.
but it's Maya Angelou, correct?
Dre stays dropping gems. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he
He
does.
does.
Correct. Dre is top tier in this travel gang. Yes, he is. Man,
Yes.
man, why? Oh, man. Oh, so I had a live. So another thing I would recommend for you, Alex,
Mhm.
is so I had a live with Dre and two other gentlemen that are top tier as far as with travel, and I would say YouTube as well. So if you look, I think was it last week? No, 2 weeks ago, right? Was it 2 weeks ago? No, it seems like no. It had to be last week. I don't even know. I'm doing so many things. I'm sorry, but if
You're
you
good.
look, it has Zoom to Thailand, Tailor Made
Oh,
Dreams, Love
Zoom.
Cross.
Yeah.
Yeah, that yeah. See
Taylor
what I'm
Made
saying?
Dreams.
You
That
didn't
was
even know
fun.
what it was. When was that?
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh yeah. It was 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so it was 2 weeks ago. Check that out. It's like 3 hours, but um, I would say like just listen to it like while you're in the middle of doing something. But there's a lot of gems in there. A lot of
Yeah.
gems in
Okay.
there from
Yeah.
from all three of these gentlemen, and all of them from the United States, but relocated out of the country.
Okay, cool. So what was it called again? I'm sorry.
I
Oh,
checked.
I see it. You said Zoom to Thailand. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I see it.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So what I did was I changed the name so I could copy them so this way their subscribers could come and check out the video, and that's my
Mhm.
highest rated video thus far.
I was just about to say you got some good views on that. That's dope.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Congratulations.
that because I copied them. That's why I was like, I was like, yeah,
Hey, Those are the little things that you learn when you're a YouTuber. You use
Yeah.
titles, your
Yeah.
tags. If
Yeah.
somebody else's title was, for example, if
Mhm.
somebody's title for, let's say Alex is doing a video on uh, interracial relationships, and she's like, I you know what, I don't have a title to go with this. So what you do, you go through YouTube, blah 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 blah, and you find a title that's somewhat like what you're looking for,
Mhm.
and that might be from 2020, but that video from 2020 got 3 million views. So that title is actually, so you can either cut and paste that title as is, or you can create your own version that follows that exact same title. One thing that YouTubers do, we do not try to reinvent the wheel. Ain't nobody title a brand new title that has never been used before. There's over millions of YouTube videos dropped every second in the around the world. So nobody is creating a brand new title and every topic has been talked about. So don't feel like, am I stealing this person's idea or am I stealing their
Mhm.
title? No, some topics did great in 2019 and nobody has done a 2022 version of
Right.
that
Mhm.
topic. So you're like, I'll do one.
Oh, that
Right.
was a good I had to get my notes out for that. That was a good one. I
Yeah,
wrote
there
that
you
down.
go.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah,
I mean, if you
yeah.
think about it, like you know, we're all reinventing, you know, reinventing ourselves. Like, okay, perfect example. You know, one of my favorite, you know, my favorite basketball player, may he rest in peace, Kobe Bryant. Right, you know, basically took a lot of moves from Jordan, but like, you know, like who cared? Like he was good, you know.
Right.
Mhm.
And then you know, and then people say LeBron plays like Magic Johnson when he passes the ball, but I'm saying, like, you know, we keep
Yes.
reinventing and putting
Right.
our own spin
Absolutely
on it.
correct.
And so yeah, like, you know, you know, basketball is gonna be here when we all leave, and football and whatever sport or whatever the case is, and these topics of conversation are you know, are gonna be talked about. And then, you know, our kids, our grandkids, our great grandchildren, whatever the case is, you know, are gonna be talking about it. So you
Yeah.
know, you just have to find your own spin on it, you know, and that's all.
That's it. Another thing that we do even to this day, blogs. Blogs are articles. And a
Hmm.
lot of times nobody's done the visual or the audio version of a really good article. So a
Right.
lot of times people wonder like, how you Andre always come up with these good topics? A lot of times we just go ahead, Google a topic, and all of a sudden all the blogs come, 7 of the best ways of overcoming insecurity. And then me and Andre do the video, 7 of the best ways to overcome insecurity, because there is no video of it out there. It's
Right.
just
Right.
it was a good written vlog. And so we do the audio, and everybody's like, oh man, you guys always come up with the greatest topics. Our
Hmm.
first video was, because I wanted to be different. We're an interracial couple, and I didn't want to be the basic, how you guys doing? You know, I want to do something different. So what I did, I went to the internet and I just researched for maybe about a good 30 minutes. And I came across an article, The Benefits of Interracial Dating. And I was like, that's a punch in the face.
Right. I
The
know that.
benefits. And so our first video, that's what caught fire. The
Yeah.
benefits of interracial dating. And so we took the 7 things that that person talked about that were the 7 benefits, and we discussed those 7 benefits from our perspective of what we've experienced and things like that. My wife's number one video, she's only got 30 videos of it. She's about to get monetized after only 30 videos. I'm like,
That's
it took
dope.
us like 100 150 videos to get monetized, and she's at like 29. But the one that pushed her over the top was the benefits of dating a black man.
Yep. Yep.
And everybody was like, whoa,
Right.
the
Ah, there it is.
benefits of
Ah,
dating. She did that video. She did it twice. She did it one time and she waited a few months. That's another thing that you can do. Wait a few months because of the success of the first one. She did
Mhm.
a recap of that exact same video, because we all know that we grow from our experiences, from the time that we first experienced it. We've grown from there. And
Right.
so she did another video on it, and that video did great. And so that's when she realized, she first wanted to go off into doing makeup and fashion. She realized that people, the audience, wanted her to do dating and things like that, because they
Mhm.
realized, wait a minute, she's one of the few English speaking fluent Colombian women that men could ask questions to about what women in South America want. What are they into? My wife is like you, very feminine, very ladylike, very beautiful. So all those aspects cause her channel to move a lot faster than
Right.
our channel when we first started together. One of our channels. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Do not sit back and overthink what I'm going to talk about. Google.
That's a good
If you're
point.
going through something one day and say, you know what, situationships. Google, and all of a sudden you'll find 10 articles on situationships, and the one that catch your eye, that'll be the one. The other thing that you want to do that Kings as well as Chuck can attest to, people like to follow you. We learned this in school. Numbers. Topic one. We'll go with this is the topic. We got 10 reasons because of this, 7 reasons because of that, 5 of the top, blah 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 blah. People like numbers. So because they can follow the pattern. So that's why we're always on all of our videos together. 7 ways to make your relationship work stronger. 5 reasons why we don't go through each other's cell phones. That's another one that did great.
Yeah,
I know that did good.
Yeah, that one that one did that one did really well.
Yeah, because a lot of people are like, y'all never went through each other's cell phones. No, we're not trying to play mind games with ourselves. So
yeah, I just like I just think, you know, I just think that at least for me, like okay, whatever, Chuck. Bye. No, I'm only messing with you. No, but no, but I think that you know, I think when people do that, I think that when people do that, like the relationship is, to me, is pretty much like over, because if you have to succumb yourself to look at what your wife or husband or boyfriend girlfriend is doing, then there's no level of trust. And
Right.
if you can't trust that person, then that relationship
you
is
would,
over.
yeah.
Like
From
like like like, like if I'm with a, you know, if I'm with a woman and I basically like have to sleep with one eye open, I need to get rid of that woman.
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
I
And
agree.
that woman needs to get rid of that man if she needs to sleep with one eye open.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I
One of the
agree.
examples that we use, guys, is there a lot of times communication from your friends come in, and if your man sees that, they get somewhat like, well, why did she text you that? Well, that's my girl. We can talk like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she sent me a picture of a dude. Who is this dude? Well, this is a picture that my girl. So you got to go through all that explaining. Or in my case, you as a Kings and Dreams know, I'm in like 11 travel WhatsApp groups, and them dudes send pictures from all over the world of all their exploits and experiences.
Wow.
Every time I clean my phone, am I lying, brother?
No.
Every time I already told these guys, I say, y'all can't run for president. Y'all can't run. I got all type of evidence on y'all. Y'all can't
Ah,
run for nothing. You can't run for city council in your city. Don't run for mayor. Don't
not
run for
city
governor.
council.
All y'all getting blackmailed. I'm telling you now. I'm making
Savage.
blackmail
It
money.
is savage.
That is
Man,
hilarious.
and Andrea already knows that these guys are like this in these groups. So if she goes through my phone, she gonna see like 300
Yeah.
women, but ain't none of
Yeah.
them got to do with me. And since she knows
Yeah.
that about the travel groups, because she knows the guys, some of the guys,
Right.
she is not tempted or even bothered. But what she says is, I don't want to play. She doesn't want to play mental games with herself by assuming something that's not there. So she said, I'm not going to pretend. If Andrea has to show me any reason of going through phones and things like that, why create a reason?
Mhm.
And
Mm-hmm.
it's the same thing with her. Why would I create chaos in my home if she's shown me no reason for chaos after being together for 4 years?
Right. And that goes along with what he was saying about just communicating up front. Like you already communicated with her about like that was the travel group, like she doesn't have like anything to worry about. That's how you avoid that type of stuff. Communication.
Half the time she'll see something, be like, send me that. Because it'd be so funny. She'd be like, send me that picture. I want to send that to my brother. Send me that.
I love it. That is so
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Definitely, man. Yeah. And especially like traveling, kind of what kind of what Dre was saying. Like there's a lot of there's a lot of information, if you will, that gets
Yeah.
uploaded. So it's like you gotta like, and if my woman was looking at that, like, she would assume like that's, like it's somebody a woman sending that to me. No, it's a guy of whatever he's doing, and he's sending that in the group, so we all get it. Like it all comes up on our WhatsApp. So it's not us doing anything, but it may look like something. So that's
Right.
why it's just like best, like kind of what you said, Dre. Like to avoid all that, like just stay away from it. Don't even look at the phones. Don't even think about that.
Never. We
Because
don't. We never.
if you got to think about it, then you got a bigger problem than those pictures that are coming up on the phone.
Yeah, I remember I left my phone because I got two phones, so I just happened to leave my main phone on the charger in the bathroom.
Mhm.
And so Andrea, because we have a WhatsApp group, so Andrea's texting the guys, your boy just left his cell phone, and all the guys were like, man, I would pay the pilot to turn the plane around. I would pay where is he? Is he? But I already know. There's nothing in there about me. Now, like I said, fortunately, I had my old extra phone, so when I landed, I was able to reach out to her. But my main phone, there's nothing in there to hide. But everything that's in there is other guys' evidence, not any of Andre's evidence, and it feels good to not have that type of dishonesty in a relationship.
Mhm.
To know that if I wanted to open up the phone and put it out there, I could, because there is no female's number in my phone that's like, oh, who is she? Who is that? Who is this person on your Facebook? I don't have all that.
Right.
You have it there. I always say this: when you get to a certain stage in a relationship, men should not have female friends. Men should have female networks and colleagues. Meaning that any woman that's in your man's phone should be able to benefit him either on the business side or the connection side, not just in there to be in there.
Yeah.
Any female in my phone, for example, I think I told this story before. A couple weeks ago, I needed some business taken care of in the States. I called my male friends. They couldn't take care of it because they were at work, so they had to do it later, but I needed it done immediately. I called one of my female colleagues. She was able to take care of it immediately. In other words, the women in my phone can do the same equivalent or just as valuable for me as the men in my phone. If it's something if it's a woman in my phone and she can do something that only a woman can do, she ain't got no business being in my phone. And I'm a married man.
Right.
Any female in my phone is equivalent to what a man can do in the sense of assisting me with something, or me being assist them or encourage them in some way. Nobody's in my phone just to be in my phone.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about like childhood women best friends? Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's a thing. But still, at the end, even the childhood, like my closest friend during childhood, Arkina, that was my sidekick, my girl, right? I was messing with her girls, and so at the end of the day, oh yeah, you gotta have your wing girl back in the day when you're young.
Oh
Wing
yeah.
girl,
Yes.
wing girl, what?
Yeah.
Especially if she pretty, she got pretty friends.
Oh yeah.
Like Puffy said, your friends can introduce me to you can introduce me to your friends and we can be friends.
Tell your
Right.
friends to get with my
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah.
Right. And so older friends, as time progressed, they veer off into their relationships. And so you may talk, for example, we would talk 3 times, 4 times a month. Cool. As she got more serious in her relationships and moved on into motherhood and marriage and things like that, her time to be that type of friend, even though we were friends for years, it narrowed down to like 3-4 times a year. Now I'm married. Now I got responsibilities. Now she's got her responsibility. Now it's like what, twice a year, maybe. Birthdays, holidays.
Yeah.
It's just that life takes that away from you. Not somebody being jealous or insecure, but it's just that life will cause certain people to have their seasons in your life, and that season has come to an end, or it's a lot thinner than it used to be, like taffy. You stretch it out, and you respect that. You don't get, oh, she ain't my friend no more. We used to talk all the time. No, you realize that we all have matured, and the responsibilities of life occur. So therefore, you may not be able to converse with that person as much as you used to.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I wouldn't want to be with a woman that doesn't have at least one male associates that she can bounce ideas off of. Because if I say something like, for example, Andre, I could say something to Andre like, blah, 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 from a man's perspective. A couple of days later, she talked to one of her homeboys. My husband said, you know what, Andrea? He right. That's how us men are. That's how we think. Your husband right on this one. I don't need me to be the only male. I don't care if it's an uncle, I don't care if it's a cousin, I don't care if it's somebody she went to school with. I don't need to be the only male in her life. Some dudes have to have that insecurity. I don't. I have to have at least one other form of male in her life. Like I said, if it's a cousin or somebody that she cool with to bounce off ideas, just in case I'm on for real. Because a lot of times your male friends will hook you up and save you for some mess than your female friend, because your female friends be like, oh girl, he seems so nice, he's so handsome, this and that. Right. Your male friends be like, he a dog, I'm telling you, you better not mess with that. I'm telling you, he coming for you, girl. You better get your tissue ready for that one. And so your male friends, am I lying, fellas? You know how you talk to your male friends?
No, it's just the way you said it. You better get your tissue ready.
Man, I'll be on my female friends. I said, what you crying for? You knew when I told you that 3 months ago. What you crying for?
Right.
Yeah, your male friends gonna tell you to suck them tears up. Your female friends or your gay friends gonna tell you, oh girl, you're the queen. He didn't deserve you. No, we gonna tell you like you knew from the get-go he wasn't right. Yeah. When he did, we gonna remind you that weekend when he disappeared and you ain't hear from him, and he said that his phone was missing. A man with his phone missing for 5 days. Come on, girl, stop that. You knew that last year. Stop it. Stop all them tears. Let's go out. Let's go get something to eat.
Oh man. Right, I remember. Yeah. Wait.
No, sorry, Alex. No, I was just gonna say, just piggybacking off of what you had said, Dre. So one of one of my homegirls, strictly friends and nothing like that. But one of my homegirls was saying, so her dude went down to Atlantic City, and and he said that like he dropped his phone in the water, but right here we go, right. I see your head tilt, Dre. But right, dude dropped his phone in the water, right? Dude dropped his phone in the water, and then so she's like, well, he dropped his phone in the water, but I see him active like on Facebook, like the little button was green or whatever. So like
2 + 2 = 4, girl.
I'm like, come on, man, what are we doing, man?
Yeah, man. Hey,
wow! Hey. Salute to Victory, man. $20 cash app, bro. Man, that's twice, man. Man, the love today, man. Appreciate y'all, man.
Hey, that's real nice. Victory is a good dude too. Victory's a good dude.
Man, he is.
But y'all talking about phones, man, and here go another one of my mistakes. I keep all my girlfriends. I don't care how long ago you was my girl. You still, I claim like you can't believe it. I'm not married. All right. But you know what I mean? Yeah, but this is just from a friendship point of view. But the point is, I still got my first girlfriend's phone number. I just talked to her earlier today.
Look at it. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you some game, Alex, like I gave Andrea. Men play musical chairs. Musical chairs, you walk around the circle, you have so many chairs until you eliminate chairs and eliminate chairs. But remember, in the beginning, it was a lot of chairs. Men play musical chairs. That's why you have a dude call you. You ain't talked to him in 6 months. You're like, why is it? Because we walk in circles like lions. Lions walk around their terrain, and they get more lionesses and more lionesses. More females get added to the circle. More females get added to the circle. All men, I don't care if he's a pastor, priest, or imam, walk in circles when it comes to women. That's why the chick that we was with in high school, just like in Chuck's case, still can be on our phone. Sometimes we don't even know what we're dialing. Why am I texting? Your fingers just texting somebody from 3 years ago. I don't even want her. Fingers, stop. Fingers, put the phone down. And all of a sudden you put sin.
My gosh.
Hey, big head.
Y'all are awful.
Right?
All men walk.
Terrible. I know. It's terrible.
That's why
he's saying why.
A lot of dudes don't even trip. That's why a lot of dudes don't even trip when it comes to the physical activity. If you don't give it to me the first night, don't worry about it. I'm gonna drop you off. I'm gonna start walking in my circle. Oh, somebody just answered the phone. Keisha, I ain't talked to Keisha in 3 months. What you up to, big head? I just left a date with you, Alex, and I'm calling Keisha, who I ain't talked to in 3 months. Hey, big head. Here come Keisha coming over with a bottle of wine. But I'm dating you. But until we get serious, until we get serious, I'm walking in a circle.
That's a fact.
All men walk in a circle. You are part of some men's circle. And oh yeah, if you somebody's ex or if somebody got your phone number and they used to converse with you, you better believe some dude gonna call you watch in a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Some dude gonna call you. That's why here's an example. That's when you got somebody, everybody seem to want to call you, and when you ain't got nobody, because you are in a circle. You are in all these men's circle.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I was single, I would be contacting all these women from day 1, day 2, day 10, day 3, day 1063. All men walk in circles. It ain't a good daddy.
And Dre, thank you for validating where I was. She was going to, she was starting to like me, and she was going to hate
when he said he got all those women in his phone. I'm not sure.
Yes. She was going to hate. She was going to hate me for that. But thank you so much.
No, I wasn't going to hate you because I'm not in your circle. So that's all that matters to me.
Call you. You notice exes call you when you got somebody, and they know you got somebody.
Yeah.
And they still call. Oh, so you still with Kevin? So you're happy? I just called to say. That's why exes call on your text on your birthday. I just was texting to say happy birthday because I remember, that time when I'm alone in my room. Sometimes I still have to walk. Dude, she got a man. She's been with her man for 4 years, and you still texting. Why? Because in his phone, just like Chuck, you are in that circle. You are in all men's circle. All your girls, they in somebody's circle. Everyone, your mom, she was in somebody's circle. My mama was in somebody's circle. Every man is a lion that circles his terrain. That's why men are territorial.
Yep.
We circle our terrain. All
That's
men.
true.
Now, if the next man you go meet, he gonna get your number. You better believe in his phone is people from his past. Until he gets serious with you, until y'all decide to get serious in a relationship or something, he's gonna walk in his circle because they have the right. And now you officially exchange numbers, you're part of the circle.
Right.
The more women that give us their numbers, the larger the circle we walk around.
Right.
For years,
Absolutely.
men walk in circles for years. We don't stop until we finally get that one. And like I said, it's musical chairs that come down that one chair, and that one female gets in the chair.
This is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying.
I
had an idea that it was like this, but like hearing it from another man, a grown man. I don't even know what to say. Like,
so
hey, I know it sounds bad, but listen, let's be realistic. What Dre is trying to say is the realistic part of how it really goes down. But from a woman's point of view, it does sound terrifying, but it's really not as bad as it sounds, and it comes from the women wanting to be exclusive. They want to, is that correct?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Okay, let me continue. All right, so women want to be exclusive, and once you breach that exclusivity right there with them in conversation, you kind of lose them. But I don't mean to do that with that. You know what I don't mean to do that. I respect where the woman is coming from, where she wants to be exclusive. I really don't have a problem with where she's coming from with that. I was just trying to add some reality as a single man, opposed to the respect to Dre as a married man, and just how we really roll. And he even was strong enough to back me up on that. He could have left me out there like that, but he was at least backing me up for because he know I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. Like I said, I understand the exclusivity where a woman wants to come from.
Right.
And really, the only reason I call my first girlfriend is because I wanted her like that. You know what I mean? And she had the right to have the exclusivity. She chose not to take it, but that it's not because I'm being disrespectful. It's because she should have took that deal. See, I would have took her. She told me earlier today on the phone. She said, "Wow." She said, "Wow, you hung out with me through all my stuff, and now you're traveling all around the world." I said, "Yeah, I thought you was coming with me." So she watches me and she sees me now living that life that really I wanted her to be a part of. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm really showing ultimate love because few gentlemen have their real first girlfriend still on the phone like that. You know,
Yeah.
in other words, I'm still courting her. And she can have the exclusivity if she really wanted it, because I understand where women they want to be the special one and they want to be the one. So let me just clear it up and finish. Back in the day, I might have 5 or 6 women in my phone, and that rotation was happening. But right now, I'm just showing respect as I keep them in my phone. I'm like, hey, I respect you. I respect you as a person, and we might not have, made everything happen, but I'm still Chuck, and I can still holler at you. It's still all respect.
Yeah.
But I appreciate Dre for giving you the real testosterone version of how men
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
circle their camp, and it's very serious. Your job as a woman is to knock all them chairs down.
Yeah.
As
That's
we
why I
as
compared
we
it to musical chairs. Because at
as we
the
play
end,
musical
of the
chairs,
day, us men really only want one person
we only
in
want
one
one
chair.
chair. But that's
That's
the
it.
job of the woman.
Yeah.
Now
Right.
you may understand that there's chairs there when you first get there. Your job is one job. Get rid of them chairs. That's all you got to do. But understand that just because you showed up don't mean I'm kicking all my chairs out. Just because you showed up, I'm not kicking my chairs out. Okay, you're real nice. You're super nice, but I'm not kicking my chairs out yet. But if you make me get rid of my chairs, they're gone.
More
And then
and more chairs start to disappear,
Right.
just like the musical chairs, and all of a sudden it's just that one chair sitting there, and this that one
Exactly.
woman sitting in that chair, like my wife. It's the
Right.
only one that's
Yes,
sitting in one chair
I got
after
you.
that whole circle had been created, and I'm walking my terrain, and I walked in that circle. It was almost like a cinnabon. Just it got smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, faster, 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 and all of a sudden it's just one woman sitting in that chair on the throne. That's it.
That was a good
Absolutely.
analogy.
That was
Absolutely.
good, right?
Terrifying, but like still,
That-
but real.
Absolutely.
So I
So-
appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, and and the thing is, and the thing is that with men, you know, I know all of us on the panel are gonna admit it, but like the thing is that we do have our musical chair until like there is that exclusivity. Now I can't talk.
Exclusivity.
Sorry.
Exclusivity.
Exclusivity, yes, thank you. There it is. Thank you. Right. And so one of the things, so earlier in the conversation, Alex, while I was mentioning like state, like a woman should state her intentions, because once a woman states her intentions, like, because the thing is that like you know we would, we would prefer to have a wife, but the thing is, again, like, if we're gonna, if a woman's gonna give us the opportunity to give us relations, and we don't have to work that hard, we're gonna take it. And the thing is, men and women look at relations, a lot differently. Not to say women can't have any emotional attachment, but usually a man can have relations with 10 to 15 women in a week and not have any emotional attachment. Usually a woman, yeah, I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Usually, when a woman, usually a woman will have to have some sort of attachment. Not saying love, but a liking to you or whatever. But like, I could smash, I could hook up with 15 girls, and I could be like, man, I can't stand her. She's annoying. She talk too much, whatever. But the thing is, her body crazy. She got a long tongue, whatever. It's all good. Yeah, I may not like her at all, but I like what she does. You dig?
Mhm.
You dig? Shout out to Richie Mack. But
Yeah.
right.
Right there. Right there. He may not like her. But
Right.
he likes what she does. Now that he's trying to show you the opposites of men and women right here. It's a thin line right there.
Right.
But he's laying it out right there. And plus, we're not being disrespectful when we say that either.
Right, it's real.
Okay, cool. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It is.
Because cause see the thing is right. Cause see the thing is like I try to tell like one of my homegirls in particular, you know, and she's learning now, but like you know like she tried to compete with a guy and like you know he was having multiple relations, and so she's like, well, if he can do that, I can do that too, and I'm like, I'm telling you, it's not the same.
It's not.
It's not the same, and the thing is that she kind of ran into a little bit of trouble because, like you know, guys were finding out like, oh, you know, like she was a part of circles, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, she was a part of certain. I mean, yeah, but the thing is like, all right, like men, like okay, men, we could be a part of women's circles or whatever. But if you notice, women are not all. What I'm saying, most women are typically attracted to men who can get and obtain women. So
True.
like yeah, so like it could be like, oh well, you know, Reggie's a dog. He don't hooked up with like 50, 60 or whatever. You know, so most females gonna be like, okay, well, what is it about Reggie that he's able to get all these women? Now I'm intrigued. But see, Felicia hook up with
That's what y'all get
Reggie,
caught up.
And the whole crew. We like, oh man, you know, like yeah, you know, man, I just went to Felicia house and you know, and got a sloppy toppy, but I ain't rocking with Felicia. Like that's it. You know what I mean? Oh well, I probably shouldn't say Felicia because Felicia Jordan, my
Yeah,
moderator.
man, you gonna get in trouble.
Yeah,
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 you really gonna get in
but you
trouble.
know, let's say Maxine, right?
There
So
you go.
Maxine, whatever,
There
right?
you
You know what
go.
I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm not rocking out with Maxine. Like Maxine wanted to be her boyfriend, but you know, she fucked Rashad. She hooked up with Rashad down the street, and I just messed up my own channel, right? Just swore. But yeah, she messed up. She messed with Rashad down the street. The thing is, like, we're not gonna look at Maxine the same way anymore now because we know that Rashad, you know, got with her.
Wait, I thought y'all didn't care.
Who said that we? No, I'm talking about relationship wise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
thought
he's
y'all
talking
didn't.
about as far as looking at the woman for as with relationship potential.
Yeah, relationship
Oh.
potential.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
like, no, he's like, no,
yeah. So, yeah,
I
I
ain't
would
feeling it.
say, yeah.
But
So
a
I would say,
woman who sees a
right,
man, yeah,
right.
that's had several people that he's been with, she's looking like, gotta be something about him. Let me find out what's popping.
Okay.
When I was young, I used to have women knocking on the door. Andre, I heard, if I haven't heard that line all the way through college, Andre, I heard they knock on the door, I open the door. What you doing here? I heard that you come on in. Come on in. That's what you heard. Is which trick did you hear about that I do? Oh, come on
Right.
in. Yeah. Women don't shy away from what they heard.
Yeah.
They do not shy away from that. Dude, that's one thing a man does not have to lie about. What's he did? Did he do this or did he do that? So you slept with Keisha? Yeah, I did. Okay,
Right.
all
Be
right. I just
according
want
to
to see
you.
you just gonna be
Right.
honest. Come on, let's go. The
Yeah.
next thing you know, you with Keisha friends.
Oh
That's
yeah. Oh
crazy.
yeah.
You with
But
Keisha
see,
friends.
yeah. They'll man in public, they'll be like, oh, he nasty, he a dog or
Right.
whatever.
They
But
will downplay it.
but yeah, but you see them, they in the
That's right,
DMs.
Chuck.
They in the DMs. Hey King James, what's up? Yeah,
Yep.
I know. I be knowing.
Yep.
I be knowing. Yeah,
Yeah.
baby.
So Kings, let me ask Alex just one question here, an open-ended question. I want to know, based on what y'all talked about earlier, based on the intent of men and women when they first get together and dating, I want to ask her, is it appropriate? Is it allowable this day and time that if indeed a woman knows in the first few minutes whether she, okay, Andre, identifies that whether this guy is going to be, you know, straightforward, a liar, a jokester, a salesman, or whatever, if he's going to pan out or not, they're going to know that they say you're going to know that in the first few minutes. I don't know how many minutes, but you're going to know that early. Is it appropriate to meet someone, go ahead and introduce yourself, get into it, and stop in 20 minutes and be like, okay, here I am. I'm stopping right now. What's your decision? Are we gonna be together or are we not? You know what I mean? Meaning that instead of me going through a whole bunch of fake situations, is it appropriate? Or do you even agree that a woman can make a decision about a man that quickly? That's what I guess I'm asking.
Okay, so are you talking about, okay, if they ask, are we going to be together? Because if it's different, if they're going to ask, like, if we are we going to be together or are we going to hook up? Those are two different things. Because are we going to be together? That's major for like 20
No,
minutes.
yeah, no. Hook up, hook up.
I feel like a woman definitely can make a decision. But if
Okay.
someone were to come up to me and ask me, I would just immediately be turned off. That's
Oh,
overwhelming
okay. Okay.
for me
Okay.
personally.
I just want to be open and honest and ask you that. And you answered my question.
Okay.
You answered my question. Because indeed, you have already made your decision. It's just still not appropriate to
Yes.
point blank ask you like that, open ended.
Yes.
Okay.
For
All
me
right.
personally. Yes.
Understood.
Now that you're on your, that you focus a lot on your spiritual journey, and have you taken the time out to, and it's just a hypothetical situation, have you taken the time out to analyze the type of man that you would need, compared to the type of men that you may want, B, and have you analyzed the type of men that have certain traits that don't gel with you as far as they haven't worked out as far as success? Like, you may want to, in Colombia is machismo. Machismo. And these dudes are just like, I'm the man, I control you, I control the family. That's here in Colombia. A lot of guys are like that. A lot of Latin women don't like guys like that. That's why they date a lot of foreigners, because the guys are just too alpha. Do
Yeah,
you
that's
find
like
yourself like,
that's an
okay, I
RP
don't,
overdose.
that's one, right? So do you find yourself that, okay, if I write down the type of personality, have you ever taken the time out to sit down and actually write down some of the character traits that cause certain men to be unsuccessful in your life? Have you taken time to sit down and really think about the traits of the men that had the either opportunity or were successful traits in your life? Because I think a lot of times women don't take the time to sit down, and they keep all the personalities of us men in a bundle, and by the time they meet the Chucks or the Kings or me, everything is still jumbled together, and so they
Mm-hmm.
don't have a standard to stand on, or standards, because they have everything is still in a bundle. Like, hey, I like this thug, I like a dude that's a thug, but hey, I like a guy in a suit. Have you taken the time out to kind of like separate everything to say, even though these guys may be attractive or have this, as soon as I see this particular behavior pattern, this is not me anymore. Now over here, I may not have been attracted to this guy when I was in high school, but now that I'm an adult woman, I see that these traits over here are what I need and what I really desire in my life. Have you taken that time out to do that self-analysis to know what really gels for you, the type of woman that you are, compared to what you may enjoyed as just being fun?
Yeah, so I have taken that time. I haven't written it down because I don't know why I haven't written it down. Maybe because that's just not the thing that's like on my first priority to write it down, if that makes sense. I'm more of a type of person, like, if I experience you in person, then that's when I know. Because for a lot of times for me, the traits do matter, but like it's also the connection. Like, this person could be like great on paper, like check off every list, but if that like just initial connection, that chemistry isn't there, then all of that to me just doesn't matter.
That is true.
So that's whenever I base it off of if I even have a connection with them. And then that's when I'm able to kind of pick it apart, kind of analyze it, kind of see, okay, like, he has these bad traits from this past person. Let me not go down that route. Or he has these good traits and these things that could help me be a better woman spiritually. And yeah, that's when I start to do it. But like, if I don't even have that connection with you, then I don't even try, because
That's a
I
good
don't know
point.
what it is, but like for me, it's just like it's always an instant thing for me. It's never been a gradual thing for me, because gradually it's always been forced. It's never been just real. And I remember I had that talk with my mom, because I think a lot of times women feel guilty whenever we encounter like a good guy and he sounds great on paper, but you just aren't attracted to him. It's just not. And he could be good looking. There's a difference between someone being good looking and being attracted to them. And no matter what, you're just not attracted to him. I had that talk with my mom, and she was like, growing up, she said, I encountered those. She's like, you're gonna encounter a lot of those dudes because that's what makes that person, whoever is your person, is so special. That connection that you guys have, because you're not gonna have that with everyone who seems like a good dude. And so that's why I kind of I bask in it now. I used to feel bad because I'm like, oh, am I missing out on my person? Like the person that God has for me, the person that is supposed to be my equally yoked person. But like, if it's just not there, it's not there. So that's why sometimes I don't even like, if I am meeting a person, sometimes like I'll know when to take it serious or not if that connection is there.
That's a good point. Excellent answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very, very good. So I had a question for you, Alex, but I just wanted to introduce another good YouTuber, my bro, Brooklyn bro, Razor Rays, man. What's going on,
Raise
brother?
in the building.
Razor
What up?
Rays.
Hi.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
was
At least
watching
you said
one
it
of
good.
Razor
You said
videos
it good.
about 2 days ago. I was watching one of your videos, brother. Great content.
Razor's
Oh,
a
thank
good
you.
dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Razor's a good dude.
Andre.
Hey, but that late
Andre,
night,
thank you. Salute.
that late night Brooklyn walk, man, you bringing back memories on that late night 2 o'clock in the morning Brooklyn walk, man. I love it when you do that.
Well, y'all gonna have something to report if I get Jack robbed by the criminals out here. You know what
Hey,
I'm
we
saying?
got you. We
You know,
got you, man.
y'all gonna have something to report. Y'all gonna get all the
Listen,
views.
ain't nobody.
man.
Nah, listen, ain't nobody gonna
man.
you, man. You got man. This
Yeah.
dude got muscles on top of muscles,
True.
yeah, muscles on top of muscles. You good, man.
I'm covered up right now. You can't see it. The criminals don't know. They're like, this guy walking, he about to get jacked for his phone. You know what I'm saying? Man.
Yeah,
God damn it.
like nah, they gonna think twice when they see those cannons, bro. They gonna think twice, like
Oh, yeah. I
need
hope
that bad.
from your lips to God's ears. You know what I mean? Hey, salute, Andre. Salute to you, man. Enjoy your channel a lot. Great content. I know you got that other channel also, man, for like 100,000 subs, right?
You got
Yeah.
5, bro.
Yeah. So, yeah, you the man. I just say that you got multiple channels.
Right.
Where's Chuck? You the man out there in Medellin? No sticker boys yet, right? In Medellin.
Yeah,
You gotta hit me up.
come on, man. Come on, man.
You know. But yo, y'all guys are great, man. I feel to be coming and support King Drake. Oh, and the beauty. I didn't want to interrupt the beauty that was talking. Hello, beauty.
Hi. Thank you.
You know, I didn't want to interrupt you as you was talking so eloquently. You know what I'm saying? And
thank you.
I'm just out here in Brooklyn trying not to get Jack robbed out here. But man, it's great, man. I'm glad to see you guys, man. First time I talked to Andre. This is the first time I talked to you, Andre.
Oh, wow.
I've been seeing you.
Spoke to each other before?
No, I've been watching you.
Man. Like I said, I've watched his videos, man, for a minute, man. I was just watching another one like 2 days ago.
So shout out to Big Boss. So I guess I'm a mini plug too.
Yeah, you're a mini plug.
Mini plug.
The plug, Big Boss.
I had no idea that you guys never spoke before though.
Yeah, but I've been seeing you, Andre. I've been seeing you. I think I gave you probably a message here and there in a comment section. But you didn't see because it wasn't a super chat. I was being cheap. But I will be sure to send you a super chat. And upcoming. You deserve it, man, because you putting in that work. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely, thanks, man. He got 5 channels. He got Infinity Stones, man. He got Infinity Stones on his YouTube channel.
Yeah, that passport is the Infinity Stone. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, the passport. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Do you have your passport, Alex? Alex, do you have your passport?
No, but I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get one. That's my goal. Like after I graduate.
Don't let none of them dudes buy you no flowers, no cars, no candies, no shoes, no purses. Say, baby, if you really care about me, you would get my passport. I'll get your passport.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm gonna get it myself.
Yes, that was even better. You would thank us 100 times over. Your passport is like it's life changing. It really is.
No, definitely. No, it definitely is. It definitely is.
Yes.
You see the whole planet from a different perspective. You see,
yourself.
It's almost like when I go back to the States, it's like I got superpowers. It's like I'm worth. I feel like a billionaire while I'm in the States because you feel like you know a secret of the world that
There you
the
go.
people around you don't know.
There you
Like
go.
you got you see what I'm saying? You could be among
Right.
friends and family and just hanging out, but you just feel different from everybody else, like
Yeah.
almost like a ghost type of feeling, like I'm
Yes.
here.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That's
It's
right.
like,
My
yeah.
country no more. I always say this about the United States. The United States is the girl I used to take to the prom, but she don't look like that no more.
That's a fact. That's a
Ah,
fact.
man.
That's
Man.
no,
So,
The girl I took to the prom, but
that
she
is
so,
don't
no,
look
so,
like that no more.
that's a fact, man. That's a fact.
That's a good
hey, so
analogy.
Alex, this is what you're seeing on the screen right now. This is a new element to the game right now. A lot of women may not understand it, but right now you're looking at the screen with brothers with their passports in their back pocket now. Okay,
Uh-huh.
and we know the power of it. Okay, so the game must be stepped up and adjusted because we know our way around the world. These gentlemen now you see it right now. They represent in places around the world that just didn't come up in usual conversations when measurements were made. Now in that regular conversation, you got to measure. Wow, you brothers have put in, man, 10,000 miles around the world this year. I got to step up my conversation game. You know what I mean? We specialize in different parts of the country, if not the whole world. So I'm just throwing it out there at you to let you know. Always be ready for that man who has that passport in his pocket, because he's going to be wanting to hear something a little different than the average conversation.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. Boom. That
The one thing,
right
the most
there.
thing that we're trying to hear from the woman in the States is, let's go.
Right.
If I got my passport, you got yours, let's go.
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go to
Absolutely.
Panama. Let's go to Mexico. Let's go to Costa Rica. Let's roll.
Right.
Let's
Yep.
roll.
Just not Sasua. Don't end up in
Yeah,
R&B.
no, just
Beauty.
not some preach, brother.
Nah,
Not
Not
Sasua, not in
Sasua.
R&B.
No,
Don't
no.
do that. But anywhere else, you good.
Nah,
Yeah,
she
me
not,
and
nah, she
Andre
not,
went.
nah, she
We
not
went.
gonna,
Don't be.
nah,
Oh
she
man.
gonna have flip flop wings and,
Yeah.
and that's it. She
Yeah,
gonna,
yeah.
The wings, the
We
flip
spent a
flop wings.
month
You
at the
gotta try the
Dominican
wings. You gotta love
Republic.
it.
We went everywhere
gonna be
but
like, it's too much.
Sasua. No.
Yeah, she gonna be like, it's too much sewer, it's a sewer. not
Yeah,
just leave it there.
Hey, but you see Razor Rays right now with that late night walk in Brooklyn. Look, I done moved to 15 cities. Some of this stuff is classic right here, but Razor Ray's move right now is real time. Brooklyn,
Yeah.
2 in the morning. It's like, that's one of my favorite moves, okay? Because I understand, and some of my cities, they'd be like, man, where you going? It's 11:30. And I was like, yeah, I'm making my last run to the store, but it's just natural. But when I saw Razor doing that, and he'll come on live and do it, it's just a classic thing. Now, that's a New York City, Brooklyn classic right there for you. I just want to tell you that.
Ain't
That's
nothing
dope.
illegal either. Ain't nothing all legal. All legal. I'm out here
All
for a
legal.
reason, guys.
all legal. That's right.
All legal. All legal.
And another thing, Alex, would amaze you that there are so many sisters that got passport and are traveling and are just
Yes.
living their best lives
Oh, yes.
all over the world. So
Mhm.
many sisters. I interview a lot of Black women on our channel now, and their sisters is out there doing it.
Yes,
Doing
they
it. They're like
are. I see
making
them
that
all on
money now,
TikTok.
and and it's not expensive, and you
Nope.
can get your girl groups, or you can go with other groups of individuals, or like I said, if you meet a guy that he's a traveler and you're a traveler too, go somewhere. There's nothing
Yes.
wrong with that.
Yeah, that's my goal after I graduate. That's what I want to do.
Bring the
Travel.
right girls on the girls trip though. Bring
You
the
said-
right girls.
Oh yeah,
Bring the
yeah, for
girls.
sure.
Yes.
For
Yeah.
sure.
'Cause-
God's cleared my circle, so
yes.
I feel like I got the good people around me.
That's
Yeah,
good.
there you go. So okay, so
That's
I did have a question for you. So I had a question for you, Alex. Now, now I know that you said that that like God would put a good man in your life, right? Now I believe in that as well. But do you believe that women nowadays should take more initiative to get that man? From your perspective, because I mean, praying and everything, and I don't want to, offend anybody in the chat or whatever religion, but praying to the higher power, if you will, is great. But I also think us as people, especially the ladies, should take more initiative. What say you?
I mean, me personally, I don't ever shoot my shot at anyone. They like always come to me. Sounds
Okay.
really conceited, but yeah, they just always come to me. I like a man seeking me, like seeking a woman, because I feel like that's in y'all's nature. Y'all are hunters, and so that's
Right.
what I like. I don't want to seek anyone. I feel like um, if that person is the person I'm supposed to experience at that time, then it'll happen in the organic way. And I believe the organic way is the man approaching the woman. That's just personally what I believe. But I mean, kudos to women that shoot their shots. I know people that have started relationships where they've shot their shot. And it's been long terms. But me personally, I just wouldn't do it because that's just not in my nature to do that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, so you don't shoot your shot, but would you say that you put yourself in places to where the caliber of men that you would be attracted to would be able to see you? Because the reason why I ask these questions is because um men have been saying that like a lot of the ladies don't put themselves in a proper position to find the man that they want. So let's say like if you want you want a man that maybe white collar man works at Wall Street or what have you. I'm not saying that you do, so just hear me out in this scenario. You want a white collar man, Wall Street, Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 company, right? So you live in New York City, so I would say probably go to like a nice niche bar in Midtown would be a nice place, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know or I would say maybe somewhere on the Upper West Side. But like you just go to work, go to the gym, and then go home. So how are you able to put yourself in that position to find that man, right? You get
Uh-huh.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. So a lot of my friends have come to me and asked me for dating advice. I don't know why, but like they have. And so my philosophy is always like if you want to find someone,
Hmm.
I say my number one thing is to stop looking. I mean, it's always happened for me whenever I wasn't looking, whenever I was like focused on myself and deepening my relationship with God. That's when something has always like popped up.
Hmm.
I feel like I don't know, like I'm a very like type of energy person, and I feel like whatever you're seeking can definitely kind of sense whenever you're trying to manipulate it yourself and you're not
Hmm.
allowing things to organically happen. So I always say like if you are trying to find someone, go to places where you would go. Like if you like to go to museums, go to museums. If you want to go to like an art show, go to an art show. Go to a library. Like some things that you like to do. Don't like I don't necessarily recommend if people are asking me for dating advice. I don't recommend like going to like where the person you would think you're trying to seek, where you think they would be. Just go to places where you would go, and maybe you could find someone that has the same interests as you, or if they don't have the same interests as you, maybe you guys could bond over something else differently. It's always happened for me whenever um like I act, so like I'm in like a lot of environments where there's like a lot of creative people and stuff like that, so I've met people and like I guess like experienced people like romantically with that. Like it wasn't even just like someone that I was acting with, whether it's someone who was like a script writer or something like that. Or I do like to like go out and go to like underground things, like a low key bar and stuff like that, just stuff like that, and you're able to kind of attract people where you like to go, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
I'm definitely
Yeah.
I don't like recommend the you going to a place to seek some person, because whenever you go with like an agenda and you're trying to manipulate things and force things, 9 times out of 10 does not work out. So I say just like go with what you would do organically.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the reason why I asked that question is because just to be transparent, like a lot of modern day women are a bit lazy, and why I say that is that maybe not shooting a shot, but putting yourself in that position to have a man shoot their shot. You get you get what I'm saying?
I get
Because
what
it's
you're
like
saying.
okay, like it's just like all right, you go to work and then you go to work, you go to the gym or whatever, and you go home. Like how are you going to meet the guy? Like I mean, you may find him on Bumble or something, but the thing about it is that like for me, the best type of connections, typically happen face to face.
I agree. That's why, yeah. So if you do want to put yourself out there and that's your agenda, I say go to places that you would normally go, but don't go there with the motive strictly just to find someone. You know what I mean? Like go out, enjoy yourself, have a good time,
Right.
and expand your horizons. Try different sceneries and new settings and places as well. But also, like I said, enjoy yourself, and then the right person. I believe in divine timing, like 1000%. There, I've had too many situations where like to not believe in it personally. So I think if God sees that you're trying, or whatever you believe sees that you're trying, the universe, whatever you believe in, if they see that you're trying, that person, you'll be at the right place at the right time, if that makes sense. And I think going to places where you would normally go and organically going to them, not with the agenda of meeting someone, you'll be granted that.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna say I disagree, but I agree with right place, right time. But I also agree with initiative. So I think both things can be right.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And it depends on what type of woman you are. Like I said, I'm not the type of woman, like, I'm not going to go out to where I think my future husband is. I'm just not, because that would just never be the first thing in my mind. I would never just go to that extent. And like I said, I don't seek men like that. So, but like if you are a woman that does that, then like, of course, it definitely could happen. But I also think that it depends on who you are, and whatever you believe in will work with who you are, if that makes
Right.
sense.
Absolutely. So double R, man. What's going on, man? What are your thoughts about the topic, and then what are your thoughts about everything that we're discussing right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what was the topic actually? I just seen you live, and I said, "Hey, let me hop on this live." I thought it'd be cool. How you search YouTube and say who's live. I seen King Dream live.
It's
I
real
said,
cool.
"Hey,
Go
what's
ahead,
up,
man.
King Dream? What's the topic?" I'm sorry,
I
I just
love
saw
it.
the beauty. I saw the beauty in the thing. I said, I gotta come on this panel.
Oh,
The beauty.
you didn't. Oh, okay. You didn't click
Thank
for me.
you.
You clicked for her.
Yeah, I was
He's like,
listening.
he's like,
I
he's
was
like,
listening to that voice.
Now she sees what I was talking about when it comes to YouTube and
right.
having a
Yeah,
channel.
he's like, who's the cute girl on the thumbnail? And he live. Hold on, let me see if she's still there.
Go ahead, man. Do your thing, Razor.
No,
Yeah, no, what? Like,
yeah,
after what? Alex, right? Alex.
yes, correct.
You sound so elegant. Well, elegant or elegant? Elegant. I don't know. I'm just horrible. I had so many cervezas, so many beers already. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But what you were saying is that men in the Matrix are dogs. Let's just say that men are dogs, right?
Did I
Men
say
are
that?
dogs out here. But
No, wait, no.
You
She didn't
said
say
it, not me.
She didn't say it. Oh, okay. I just assumed she said it. Oh, you didn't say it. You are very cool. You are very cool.
Nah, Raise.
Thank
Man,
you.
okay. She didn't say that. She didn't say it. I just assumed. Like I say, do not assume anything. Do not assume, because it makes. All right.
Okay, all
So
right.
she
wait a minute.
understands why we go travel to foreign places, right?
Yeah.
Not all Matrix women are bad. Like I said, my mama, she gets on me for talking bad about Matrix females. Matrix means AKA USA females. I have plenty of love for you girls. I've dated a lot of you, but I just think it's time for something different. I've it's just been so much. I've lived with females out here. I live with Matrix females out here, and they put you through the ringer. You know what I mean? Thank God I didn't get one of them pregnant, because I would have been on child support for sure, definitely. which I would pay for my child. That don't get me wrong. I would, hook up my kid and this and that. But then, how about this? Alex, girls that put guys on child support and then y'all are with other guys, right? And the guy is paying. The guy think they're paying for you, the kid, and the other guy living. It kind of feels a little way. Now you gotta pay for your kid, right? You gotta support your kid. But certain guys think if they're giving a certain amount of money, it should only go to the kid. But they be thinking that the girls are spending it on themselves and they new guy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got to say about that?
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, is that what they think? Like, I mean,
yeah, they think that a lot. They be crying.
I mean, there are some circumstances where that actually does happen, and there's also those circumstances where it doesn't happen. That's
True.
my thought. That's my take.
We have the O.J. Simpson circumstances, and we have the regular. Like me, I won't go the O.J. Simpson route. I would go the regular route. I'm like, all right, let me just book this fight to Cartagena. Hell, let me go to Susua. I'm not gonna stress it. You know what I'm saying? And I would let you live. I would, be fine with it, whatever. But certain guys are just they got a screw loose in their head. You know what I'm saying? So I know this conversation went really dark. I'm sorry.
It did. You brought up O.J. Simpson. I don't know what to think now.
I don't know why I brought up.
All good, man. All good, Double R. Yeah. So, I think one of the most important things that, like from the beginning of the conversation, being able to have that consistent communication and then also setting boundaries as far as like what are your likes and dislikes and I think that with this microwave age, people get into relationships, situationships, whatever you want to call it, but without setting those proper boundaries of hey, I don't like this, or just like say that and get that out of the way so that you can say, okay, you know what, like I can rock with this person or not rock with this person, because you don't want to be with that person for 6 months, a year, 2-3 years, or whatever, and you guys haven't really set any official boundaries, and the next thing you know, that's the year and a half, 3 years of your life.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like it's very important to it's, for me, I think it's very important to set the boundaries. Hold on, Race, I'm gonna mute you because of your background noise real quick. But he already muted himself. Cool. But I was gonna say, so it's very important. I believe, like at the beginning, when you first start dating, talk about your boundaries. And then another thing that I liked about what you said, Alex, was that a gentleman that you were dating, he didn't have any interest in like your future goals or anything,
Mhm.
So yeah, like I believe that for anyone that you want to date seriously, you want to establish that right away. And what say you, Dre, and then Chuck?
When it, yeah. I was kind of putting in my mind the first date scenario, and I was thinking about Andre and I. And this is some advice for Alex to share with her friends. In other words, take the speaker and put it outside the window for the ladies to hear. One of the things that attracted me to my wife was she was a woman of standards.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
She stood out from the rest just because she had standards. She had the beauty, check. She was extremely feminine, check. Great personality. She had a wonderful smile. All those things were check. But when it came to certain things, like the first, I'm American dude. I got the ego. 6. I'm in the gym. I'm doing all. So when I meet her, I'm like, girl, let's own and popping first night. She like, no, that ain't gonna happen, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that she was the first one that said that ain't gonna happen, brother, that was a standard, and that caught my attention. And so now we begin to converse seriously because this person takes themselves seriously. Let me go ahead and take her seriously and find out more about this person. Now, mind you, I didn't know that I was having my divine intervention moment at that time period where angels were bringing my queen before me. I didn't know about all that, right? All I knew was I just met somebody that piqued my interest.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were like, what? I was like, we know. What's this no thing you speak of? And so,
Feel
you
that.
see what I'm saying? And so that's what a lot of women don't know. Standards
Yeah.
will catch a guy's attention because
Yep.
we're so used to seeing the beauty. We're so used
Right.
to seeing the
Right.
diva. We're so used to seeing the boss lady with the degrees and the edge. So just a woman that has all those things, great. But to have standards. So Dre, you smoke cigarettes? Yeah, baby, I smoke. Yeah, I can't be with you. Standards. Oh, you
Mhm.
smoke? You want some? Oh, I can't be with you, Dre. Standards.
Ganja, me.
That's what we're looking for. And I'm not putting down anybody that does. But what I'm saying is if those are your standards, stick by them because
Right.
that's something that makes a woman so attractive. And
Mhm.
that's part of what he was what I was taking from Kings when he
Amazing.
says that a woman should be ready to prepare herself in regards to not necessarily like you said, I don't pursue, but do you prepare? I'm going to say that again.
Right.
Yes.
You may
Yes.
not pursue, but do you go to the gym? Do you have a nice smile? Do you
Right.
have ladylikeness about you? How about your goals or your dream? And what about your standards, stuff that you won't put up for me? Because one of the things that I love about my wife is there's some things that she loves about her husband, and there are some things that she says from a man I will not accept.
Right.
And the fact that she's like that calls me to say, let me get to know this person even more. But a lot of women don't want to be like that because us men go through the scarcity thinking like, oh man, if I let Alice go by, I might see another like her in a couple weeks, so I better holler.
Ain't no way.
Well, women act like that, and correct me if I'm wrong, too, Alex. They act as if I tell this man or show this man standards, he may disappear and I might not have another date for another 6 months. So women go through the fear of scarcity at the same time. But I'm telling you, real men are men of standard. The other thing I always tell women is this: get you an older man. I tell good women, get you an older man.
Yeah.
Especially young women. My wife is 28. We met when she was 23. She's just like you, very, very mature, old soul. Oh, and she loves being an old soul. She acts older than I am. So I'm the young one in the relationship.
Yeah, no.
And I'll be 55 this year. So at the end of the day, you got this 28, 27-year-old, and you got this 55 older gentleman looking all of 45, 42. And so she carries herself like she's in her mid 30s. I carry myself like I'm in my mid 40s. And so most people, until we tell them, they don't even know. So I tell women that if you want to skip past the BS, get you a gentleman that's at least 5, 6, 10, sometimes 15 years older than you. Because when you try to sit back and say, well, how old your man? Well, he's 25. How old are you? 23. He's still a shorty.
I
Yeah.
don't
You
know.
want him to be grown up men stuff.
Absolutely.
You want him to be 6 figures, 6 feet at 25 years old. Knowing statistically the average man in his lifetime is only going to make $52,000 a year. The average brother.
Mm-hmm.
You expecting a 25-year-old man to be able to accomplish the equivalent of us truly adult men. So if women really want an adult man in their lives and want to get past the immaturity and the childishness, go for a man.
Right.
I don't
I don't see why
know.
women fear going after men. And my wife is as happy as she can be, and her purse collection is too. So at the end of the day, you see what I'm saying?
I don't know. I think she got lucky with you because I wouldn't say always go for older men because some men just never mature. I'm 22. I've talked to a 29-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 32-year-old, and the most mature dude that I've talked to was a 23-year-old.
Wow.
Well,
so now you got to ask yourself what type of 29, 30 plus that you were talking to.
Right.
Because you knew how to choose a mature one because you chose the mature that was young. So you know how to choose a mature one. So you have to ask yourself, what was it about you that allowed to give an opportunity to these guys that were older, but we're still in that immature stage. And I say this about men for real, in all sincerity. Maybe these guys can attest too. A man ain't a grown man until he about 35 anyway.
Yeah,
A man is not a grown man until he's 35. All in your 20s, you don't know nothing about you, and you talking good in your 20s as a man. You don't know nothing about life in your 20s. You ain't experienced nothing in your 20s yet.
Right.
I was in the military. I did this. My mama went through this. Dude, you in your 20s, dude. I'm telling you, you went through it, but can you make it through it and be successful? Let me see your 35 son, and then we'll talk.
Yeah,
So,
No, my ex, she don't still consider me a grown man, and I'm past 35. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on who you ask that question. You know, she still think I'm a child. Yeah, you child.
Okay.
I'm about to head on this train. Hey, I'm about to head on this train. I'm gonna hop back on if y'all still on. I don't know how long you'll be on. I see you're on for like 3 hours, but I gotta pay close attention to these crazies in the subway. So I'm about to go on this subway.
I'm probably gonna close it. Probably gonna close it in about 10-15 minutes though.
Okay, yeah, it depends. If you're still on, I'll hop back on. But I want to pay close attention to these crazies around. I don't want to get shoved in front of the train. So I'm going to be looking. I know I went dark again. I'm sorry. Alex, do you have a channel, Alex?
I don't have like a
YouTube
channel, but I have a podcast.
A podcast on Instagram or on YouTube?
It's on Spotify, Apple Music, or Apple, Google Play.
On Spotify. Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
So I can find it on from King of Dreams in a link. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna check you out. I'm gonna subscribe or join. Definitely. Nice meeting you, Alex.
Nice meeting you too.
Andre, Love Crossing Borders. First time me chatting with you. It's my pleasure, man.
Brother.
Hopefully have a longer conversation, but I'm out here in these streets out here. I got to get back home safe. I don't want to die in these streets tonight. So we got and where's Chuck? Where's Chuck? You already know where's Chuck.
Yeah, you know how we do.
Hitting you up on the back channels of Medellin. Like I said, if something goes south in Medellin, hit me up on Instagram, RazorX. You know what I'm saying? Let me know about the skipper boys out there.
Medellin's
you're gonna be safe, man. You're gonna be safe. You're gonna be safe. You're gonna be safe, man. But I'm gonna let y'all go. Shout out to you, King of Dreams.
Salute.
I'm Razor Rays.
Take care, Razor Rays. Always good to see you, Razor.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Yeah, I like when Razor still get on the train and he have his phone on the train. He does it all. But tonight I saw him looking around real sharp. He was really looking around today. He was really looking around. So it might be a little.
You got it. Yeah,
I know, right?
Listen, being from New York, you gotta definitely look around.
Keep that head on swivel.
Yes.
Now Razor always teasing everybody who come to Medellin. I mean, that's his whole channel. He will tease you all day long about being in Medellin and what can happen. But you saw how he just looked, and he's in Brooklyn. So that's my dude, but he cracks me up. Yeah. You know what I mean?
See, every single time I talk to someone from New York, it solidifies me just wanting to stay as close to the South as I can. Y'all got too much to worry about, y'all. Y'all rats are huge. Like, what in the world?
He was really looking around. He was really looking around tonight, though. He was.
And see, I'm super nice, and so I'm the perfect person to rob in New York because I just seem naive. My graduating class was 40.
Oh wow! Yeah,
I'm from a small town.
Yeah, I can get y'all shouting out the parents.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So any brothers from New York, if you end up wifing up Alex, you're gonna have to move south, man. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, I just caught that. You said your graduating class was 40?
40, yeah.
Yeah, 40
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I saw you scratching your head. I was like, is he trying to process this? Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, 40. Yeah, I'm thinking, wow, 40 people?
Yeah, no, 40. Yeah, that's
small class. Everybody shouting for everybody.
Right.
Yeah. I think my graduating class was I want to say like 250, 300, something like that.
Yeah, that's how we roll.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
Hey, Kings, I think you had a good conversation tonight, man. You really opened up the floor tonight.
Yeah, it
I
was
learned a
great.
lot, and
Me too.
Alex really, she really she really handled her own in here. You
Thank
know,
you.
with all the grown men around her, she did really
She
good.
did.
Thank you.
She did
Yeah,
really
Appreciate
good,
that.
yeah.
really good.
Well, I could, even though like this is our first live, but um, you know, you could kind of tell by like I was listening to some of the things that Alex was talking about, and then also in her pictures how she carries herself like it's a aura, it's a way you get a
Mm-hmm.
you get a, where we go, vibe from a person, right? You
Thank
you get
you.
Hmm.
a you get an inkling about a person. So I said, okay, this is someone that I can see myself collaborating with and
Hmm.
working with in the future. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
because she said a couple of times, she said, yeah, that's what I'm doing when I get ready to graduate. And in the conversation, I had already gave her a graduation. I thought I mean, she said she didn't graduate from college yet, but she really carried herself
She does.
Yeah.
intellectually.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And just listening to her, I had to recalibrate that because I had her further along than that. And I mean that in a complimentary way, for
Thank
sure.
you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm only 22.
Oh, only
Wow.
22. Wow.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
see
Oh,
now this is the first time I understood when
mm.
people look at my wife and they go, wow. Because when you said that, now I get it. Because everybody's, when Andre said, well, I'm only 26, or when she was 26, like,
I'm
you
trying to
what?
show you a picture.
They
I
were like,
can't.
I thought you were 32, 33.
That's my
And
graduation.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Right
see,
there.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, man. She
Oh,
like
May
Really
style and
May
nice.
fashion. That's
Really
what's
May
up.
nice. Good
May,
job.
Thank
May
you.
14th. So next week, next Saturday.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
it's coming so fast. That day, I'm sure it's just gonna be so stressful. I'm sure it's
Yeah.
gonna be like a wedding day. Like I'm ready for it to just be over.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it's
Oh,
gonna be
graduation is coming right up next week. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in
Next week
Okay.
Saturday. Next
yeah,
week Saturday.
it's in
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
11 days.
congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Y'all
Yeah,
are
so
so
so so
kind.
you are ready. You are about to jump out there, okay?
I am.
yeah,
Yes.
It's
All
So
kind
right.
of
yeah.
terrifying, but I'm ready.
yeah. So
Okay.
summa cum laude. So she's
Mhm.
yeah. So she's top of the
What?
class.
Thank
See, that's what
you.
I'm talking about. See,
Right.
that's
Yeah,
I'm
that,
telling you, somebody gonna
that's got a lot
right
to do
brother
with
gonna
it
come
too.
But
along and scoop her off the
hold on,
market.
Yeah,
hold on,
Fast. She is
hold
hold
not
on.
gonna be on the market long.
No, I don't think so
Believe
either.
that.
But wait, let me solidify this with this one question. So, what's the favorite thing? What's your favorite thing that you like to make?
that I like to make.
Yeah.
You're talking about cook?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here's my red flag. I don't cook.
Oh
Oh
no!
yeah, I'm out of here. Let me go. Let me
It
go.
was a
Well,
trick
you know what?
question.
Yeah.
It was a trick
Yeah,
question.
I'm out of here, man. I ain't gonna try to cut the camera off.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. What you don't cook? If you don't get you 3 recipes under your belt and stop playing, do you
Right.
I
not
mean,
know
okay, so
cooking?
like I can cook, but I don't cook because I don't have to.
Nope, we don't want to hear it.
No,
Oh
No,
you
no,
no, no.
you
no,
gotta
I
be
have
You know
no.
the
gotta be
times men have
prepared,
heard that one
Alex.
from
Look
me.
at our
I
faces.
don't cook that I have. No, you can't
I
cook.
don't.
You
I
can't cook,
can't.
boo. We love you, but you can't cook.
I can cook. I can
Oh,
cook. I
Kings.
promise
Oh,
you.
Can't you
Hot
slip that
dogs
one
and
in
peanut
there,
butter
baby?
sandwiches don't
Don't
count.
worry.
What did I
Anything
say?
that come out of a can does not count.
I think, hey, not out the can, not out the can at all. My
See what I'm
Earlene
saying?
Johnson and Melissa Brown have taught me well. I know some good recipes. I just don't cook because I really don't have to. I
Okay,
don't.
but yeah. So
Okay, all right now.
okay, so
Have you
this is
okay? Let me ask you this one: have you cooked for a dude before?
No, I'm only
What?
22. I'm not cooking for
But wait a
nobody.
minute. Wait a minute. My
What?
wife been cooking for a male since she was 12. What are you
And
talking
she's
about?
a queen, but that's
Yes,
not
she
me.
is, and so are you,
Thank you, but I'm
and
not
so
cooking for
are
no
you.
man.
what,
I'm not cooking for no
Alan?
man.
Oh, and you saw she said it. No man, like
Like
the
not
one man
right
Alan.
that
now,
walks.
not right now. I'm not cooking for no like just someone who's my boyfriend. That's dead. We're
Oh,
not doing wife things.
so you don't get your, so you think that the being a wife is after you get the ring? No,
No,
no, no, no.
no. But I don't think that you should do certain qualities before. I'm not gonna be cooking for you if you're temporary. That's just
Hey,
not.
Alex,
But
Alex,
wait a
Alex,
minute. Wait a minute.
Alex, Alex, slow down for a minute now. You got 1,000,000 points. You are currently holding 1,000,000 points. Okay. Now, the only thing about the point system is all you can do is now is lose points. So be very careful here. Now you got a full 1,000,000 now, and you don't want to lose any points. So just take it easy, okay, through here. All right.
I'll say it in a way to where it brings value, and I mean this in all sincerity. And I tell my wife this all the time. Her cooking is like a sense. Like we have all our 5 senses, and in women's cases 6 senses. And if one goes, you need those other senses to make up for it. And I'll tell you what I mean when I'm going with this. Cooking is a form of saying, I love you. Mm-hmm. It's a way of, go ahead.
When did she start cooking for you?
Day one.
Day one.
Day one.
Well, she must have
like we went on our first dates and blah 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 blah. And the first time, because I came first time that she came over to the Airbnb, I went to just like the other brother said. He said my wife was like, well, let me make this for you real quick. Blah blah blah. Went to the grocery store, got this, got that. We got a chance to converse, laugh, enjoy some wine while she was cooking, make conversation, got to know each other a little bit more the whole time in my Airbnb. Now, mind you, we had already gone on our date regarding the museums and everything, so we knew we had that chemistry. So therefore, I'm thinking that I'm like about to take her out to dinner again. She said, "No, I'm coming over. I'm going to cook. I'm on my way to the grocery store. I'm going to pick up this, that, and this, and burn for a brother." And I have never had a sister, one of my queens. Now, one sister ever sat down on a date and said, let me go ahead and cook. We can communicate. We can talk. We can enjoy some wine, some good music. Not one sister. But then they don't realize all the other things just make you another part of the pack. And that one little gesture makes you stand out from thousands of women. That's one of the things that made her stand out, because she knew that it was a non-verbal way of saying to me, I'm interested in you. And today it's a non-verbal way of saying, I love you. I love you enough for your nourishment. And I do non-verbal things for her. Ask her purse collection. So we all do things that are non-verbal for each other that you may think, well, that doesn't make any sense to pay that much for a particular person. But I'm a dude. It ain't my job to think that makes sense. And it's the same thing when it comes to cooking. You might think, well, I'm not about to cook for a man. I'm a martyr woman. Okay, you don't cook for him. Keisha down the street gonna cook for him.
And he can go to Keisha.
I guarantee that.
Wait, so
no, I'm kidding.
Okay.
But I will say, like you said, cooking is a nonverbal way of her showing that she's interested in you. So there's some meaning behind it. What I mean, like I'm just not gonna cook for anyone. Does that make sense? Like I've only loved one person in my life. Now we did cook together and stuff like that. But I'm just not going to do it for like just any person, if that makes sense.
Tonight.
Okay, so what we're saying is, we kind of told you, we was like, oh, we're leaving, whatever, blah blah blah. But but on a serious note, what we're saying is now we're not talking about like a little pookie or whatever, some dude, we hang out here and there, whatever. Right. No, we're talking about like this person that you stated your intention. Let's say that your intention is, like, I want to be a wife, I want to be a mom, whatever. And he's like, babe, let's build to that. And you see that he is, he's serious. He has the potential. You guys are building something serious, right? It's not just a relation. It's a real relationship that can build into marriage, children and things like that, right? So that's what we're saying. So like giving that man that nourishment, like how Dre said, like his wife, like cooking, like it feeds his belly, but it also helps feed our soul and feed our mind, because it's like, okay, I know that this woman loves me, and when we get that love, we will run through walls for women. When we get that feminine love, that feminine energy, man, we turn to the store. We get that hammer, man. We go.
Well, Kings, let me get that, Kings. I'm in a foreign country right now. Oh, I'm sorry, Dre. Yeah, hey, I'm in a foreign country right now, just 72 hours in. Young lady saw me. She cooked for me.
That's in their culture.
That
Yeah,
well,
but
it's
yeah, but
okay.
that
It's
but
okay.
That was a
It's
part of
okay.
our culture for years.
It was a part of our culture, but the thing was, talking about going through walls, I painted damn near half of her restaurant. You know what I'm saying? She needed that restaurant open the next day. She didn't know how these walls was going to get painted. She fed me one meal and I damn near painted the entire restaurant. So what these gentlemen are saying to you, just go ahead and listen. But hey, Charles is here, man.
I'm
What's
telling
up
you,
with
if you want to
Charles?
hear from what brothers, what men are desiring, those little things. Remember, this is the same woman that told me, "Oh, we ain't doing that on the first night." You see what I'm saying? So she came with standards, but then she was
Mhm,
like, "I have other ways to communicate my interest to you." You caught that?
mhm, mhm.
Instead of
mm,
Yeah.
using intimacy as a way to communicate with me, which a lot of sisters would have done, she
Mm.
decided to use non-physical cues to communicate with me, and that's what she. What's up, Charles? That's what she ended up win. That's how she ended up winning. To where everybody else that used physical communications, they lost. But she used, hey, let me come over. We can enjoy some wine. We can converse. We'll listen to some good salsa music. I'll cook for you, and all that sold me more than all the intimacy, the physical intimacy I was having with anybody else prior to.
When you say
It's
sisters,
those
are you
little
talking specifically about Black women?
no. My wife is a Spanish descent Latina.
Oh, okay,
So
okay. I was just making sure
yeah,
because I had to
yeah.
come with my armor. I'm just
No.
making
You,
sure.
you see how hey,
Oh,
I'm
it's
in an
okay.
interracial relationship. I love the relationship I'm
It's
in,
okay.
but
Okay.
yeah, I gave the sister 50 years, so you couldn't give me a 50. So I
Hey,
love you
come
though. I
on
love
now.
them. My babies. I love my
no, we
sisters
Me
got
back
too.
home, and I love my sisters around the world. But
yeah.
at the end of the day, my point is that there are some non-physical ways of communicating and letting the guy
Hmm.
know of your interest. And one of them that men enjoy, and like I said, it may be something that to you may not make any sense. Just like to us, uh, flowers that die, or cards, candy, or purses to us, or shoes, it may not make any sense to us, but we know that it makes is a form of communicating to you that makes you happy, even though we might not understand it. At the same time, when a man says, "Babe, could you bring me a glass?" I was mentioning this earlier to my wife. I said, "Do you know that there are men in the States that have been married with 3 children, have a house that they paid off, they've got a career, they started from nothing, they built that business from scratch." I say, did everything for that woman, have never cheated on his wife, and can't get a glass of water from his own wife. Wish he
Mm.
would ask for a glass of water from his own wife after 15 years of marriage, 3 kids, a house, savings in the bank account, put one of the kids already in college, and wish he would dare ask his woman for a glass of water. That is sad in our country, in the United States. That's sad.
Nah,
And a lot of
yeah.
these men on this live stream, and a lot of these men can attest to that, that it's the little things that women aren't
Hmm.
realized. Men are so simple. A glass of water will make you win over 50 women.
Absolutely.
Like the brother just said, a meal had him in there painting for a woman that he just met. There are women in the States can't get a man to paint nothing, can't get him to change a tire, nothing. All this woman had to do was say, "Are you hungry?" And all of a sudden, he volunteered and had a paint can and brush in his hand. It's the little things you ladies don't realize.
You
And if you
ladies.
grasp that at 21, 22, I promise you, you will be light years of most of the women around you. It's going to be the
Yes.
little things that men look for.
She's got everything else. We was just taking you down a
Yeah,
little new. We was just taking you down a little nuanced little road
yeah,
right there, and so just take it as just a gem later on
Uh-huh.
because
yeah.
you got everything working. You got
You
everything
do.
working.
No,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
definitely
he
like
does.
no, I appreciate the insight and definitely will like cook for my men, but I've only had that one time. Like I said,
I give you
I'm
that.
not just
Yeah,
gonna do
I
it
give
for
you
just
that.
like anyone personally because I think
No,
that
I
that's
Understood.
can respect it too.
No.
Understood.
We're not saying that like it, yeah, like if it's just a, if it's just like a guy, like both of y'all are adults. You know the situation. No, we're not saying that, but we're saying a guy that sorry, Charles, I'm gonna tap you in here, but so a guy that you have both of you guys are building, the intentions are mutual as far as relationship building towards something serious, not just so about, not a guy that not a guy you guys are having relations, a relationship. You understand what I'm saying? Well, what
Yeah.
we're saying. Okay, cool. Let me just get Charles in here, man. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
You guys talk too much. Again.
Yes, we do. Gotta rub
Wow.
it.
Okay.
He always says that.
I just got a few things to say. She doesn't cook. You got to kick her out.
That's it. Gotta
Especially
pay back.
being in
You
the
see what he
South.
said.
Especially being in the South.
I thought
We
that
need
too.
to just excommunicate her to New York and let her get mugged and get the rats.
Why you
Send
gotta
her
send
to
her
New
to
York.
my city, man?
What?
I
So
know
why
you
gotta
come a
send her
little
to my city,
strong. I don't
man?
know. I don't even know you like that, my guy.
Nah, it's all good, man. He's not talking about you. He's talking about women in general, though. Like,
No, I'm
Because I
talking about
did
her.
mention. Yeah, he's talking about me.
No. Okay, come on. Let's.
No, I'm bringing down fire and brimstone right now.
Oh God.
This is an indictment on the American female right now, and she is on full display. You have been charged right now. You see, you got 3 good men up here that have left because of your mindset.
Okay, Charles.
So
I'll take you serious when you put your face on the camera.
I'm not putting my face on the camera because I don't fucking have to.
no, come on. Whoa.
For
All
a
right.
man.
The algorithm, though, Charles. Don't swear too much because I'm still a small channel. But yeah,
My
no,
bad.
just get you good. Just get your point across.
Actually, Andre did in his 5-minute gospel sermon.
That's
did?
correct.
Hey, she brought up the
You.
job analogy earlier, and the whole she's not doing white things on a girlfriend title. Well, she's about to step out into the real world and hopefully get a good job and start a career and stuff like that. But whenever you get a job, you're on probation for the first 3 months. You can't relax. You got to prove yourself that you belong there. It's the same thing with a relationship. You got to prove that you're worthy of that wife title. So if a man, if you want a man to do stuff for you, you got to do stuff for him. And that means cooking a meal. And with things getting tough the way they are, you can't run to all these great restaurants because 1, inflation's happening, and 2, as a result, these restaurants are closing down. You can't Uber Eats all the time. You can't go to Starbucks all the time. You're going to have to learn to cook and provide your own meals. And it doesn't have to be for anybody else but yourself. I mean, you got to eat too. And what if you have kids? Your kids got to eat.
I didn't say I didn't know how to cook, though. I said I just don't because I don't have to. But thank you for the insight.
Then how are you eating? Are you just burning through your money as a college student?
Why does that matter to you if I was, though?
I hope you freaking starve at this point.
Oh,
With that attitude of yours.
you seem like you have a little anger in you, Charles.
No, just zero tolerance for females that don't know how to cook and clean.
Well, maybe you should find one that does, and then you'll be okay. It's okay. Like I promise you, it'll be okay. You'll find someone who can cook and clean. Like you're good. It's never that deep.
First of all, I don't need your affirmations for that. I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, you told me.
All right. Well, so what I think here is
I'm crying.
we're good. Charles is a good guy. And
Is
and Alex,
he?
no, he is. Let me explain though.
Okay.
So Charles, Charles is direct and to the point, and so I think that sometimes maybe what he's saying how he's saying it gets lost as opposed to what he's saying. So, but what he's saying is that it is important for men when we want to be with a woman that's serious, so that when she does cook for us, like we see that, okay, like she's showing that she cares, right? Because what Andre was saying was that before he and Andrea had got married, the first night, she was like, no relations, but she was still cooking for him. And so like there was still like that build up. So that's what Charles is trying to say. I know you may not like how he said it, but the message still
No, because
remains
how he
clear.
said it was definitely rude. So I have every right to not like how he said it. But as I was saying, is whenever that does come and that's
Yeah.
established in the relationship happen, I will cook for a man. I don't
Right.
even think that it should be a problem if I didn't want to or not to any other man.
Well, what we're saying is what we're saying is that basically we're just trying to give you advice from the man's point of view. So like whatever you take with that information is whatever whatever you're gonna do. But I do think that absorbing this information from men who've been in relationships, especially a man who is married, just taking those key notes. And again, we what we do this YouTube thing for, we learn from each other. Like one of the reasons why I invited you on here was so I could get your perspective and also learn from you as well. So
Yeah.
what we're just saying is and I don't want you to feel like we're all like kind of ganging up on you, but
I
we're just
don't feel like that because y'all
okay.
came at me respectfully. Like
Yeah.
everything that Dre and Chuck and you provided me with, like, yes, definitely taking that into account. We'll definitely cook for my man whenever, like Dre said, like how he did with his wife when there was established what they were doing. Definitely will. But
Okay,
like
that's good.
Oh
on some
yeah.
other stuff. So like that's why I'm just gonna completely turned off right now. But like it is what it is.
Hmm. Hmm.
No, we're
Hmm.
we're all good. So Charles, so let me ask you this. So let me ask you this now. When you say like how do I want to phrase this? Okay. So do you think that now part of like the communication is about not like what you say but how you say it?
Sure.
Okay. So I think that what you said, like, because I agree with what you said, but I think what got lost in the translation was how it was communicated. So I'm not saying that anyone did anything wrong per se.
Okay.
All right, cool. So so
Next
let
time
me
I'll put in a Cardi B CD and give it to her. Maybe she'll accept it then.
all right.
Literally what?
Literally, be quiet, please.
No, come on,
You
Charles,
wait,
Charles,
I'm the guest and you came on here, so
Charles,
you can be
Charles, man.
quiet. I don't like you're coming in so hot, like so much hostility. That's not even needed. Calm down.
Yeah, Charles, come on, man. She is the guest, and I know you support me, bro. But we gotta, like she's the guest, man. I gotta like I can't allow like you to tell the guest to be quiet, man. Let me let we gonna chop it up on the side, Charles. We gonna chop it up, man. Yeah. But all right, so we're gonna have to anyway. So moving forward, one of the most important things that I you know want people to understand, men and women, for tonight is um, what it is that we want from each other and how we can all work together, be better together, and the simplest things, right? Like a glass of water. You come home from the gym or something, you're sweaty, you want a glass of water or whatever the case is, and the for a woman, and basically just really being able to actually listen to her Listen to what she's saying, pay attention to what she's saying, find out, the little things, what she likes, her favorite flowers and things of that sort, so I think that's very important. What say you, Chuck?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I must compliment Alex right here because she's handled herself very well, and she made a point that she understood what we were saying right there.
Thank you.
So once you say you understand the point, and it came as we're coming to her very respectful, I got to give her 100 points. So I got to give her all her points back on that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got to give her all points back because she didn't just straight dog us out and be like, look, I don't want to hear that. How they say talk to the hand or something, how they used to say that. She said, I hear you. And that's important as we're speaking to each other. If you
Right,
can hear
absolutely.
me, you can take in what I'm saying, whether you agree or not, then you've done your job. And so I
Right,
just want to clear that air with her is that, she doesn't deserve to be, talked any kind of way because she has a certain opinion and she took the time to hear other opinions. So I just want to
right,
clear that up. I
Thank
just
you.
want to clear that
And
up.
no, like I
Yes.
really appreciate your guys' insight. Like y'all are older than me and have more experience in relationships. So like definitely see where y'all coming with the cooking thing for sure. I'm just saying I haven't done it because I like haven't really had nobody to do it for is what I'm saying. But
right,
like Dre had said, whenever him and his wife met, she did it because there's like a type of like solidification already there. And I definitely will do that because I do think that is important. Like I said, my parents have been married longer than I've been alive, and my mom has been cooking for him during that time. And
Mhm.
so
Yes.
I definitely like see where you guys is coming from. I definitely want to like carry that. And y'all came at me at a respectful way. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Like I'm
Yeah,
taking in everything you guys are saying because you guys can provide me with some knowledge.
right.
And look, one other thing is that we keep thinking that really you're just coming out of college, but every time I look at you, you seem such an accomplished woman. And so it caught us off guard
Yeah,
when you said that was your only time you cook. But you keep saying you're like 22, but you really do come across so accomplished. And
yes,
so I'm just speaking to myself, and I hear Kings agreeing with me is that sometimes you just seem so accomplished, and we thought you did more, but you're perfect at your age right now. I can
Thank you.
I can imagine what they asked me at 22. Things that I say yes to now, I would have been like, no, no,
Right. I was like, what
no.
is
I understand.
going
yeah,
on?
Oh
Wow.
yes, my respect to you, 100.
Thank
yeah.
Absolutely.
you.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So, Dre just pinged me. He said that the electricity went out on his block because I was like, why the heck did he just drop like that? But
Yeah, we in Medellin. Didn't you see my computer go out? I was hoping you guys didn't hear me cussing when my signal went out earlier.
no, I did not know because
Oh my,
like
because I was
no,
right there and
no,
that thing went out
I
too.
came.
So we in Colombia, man.
Yeah. Uh. Okay. Got it. Oh, there is
What's up, guys?
Victory. Victory, what's going on, brother? What's
Oh,
going on, man?
man.
We got all right, it's 151. Well, my time. I'm gonna do wow, this is almost 4 hours. Wow. Man, salute to you, Alex. This 4 hours, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, man. So Victory, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts?
Uh, like I said, first of all, welcome. Thank you for having me. I had to drive down here to Miami and catch a hotel because I had to do some business to take care of in the morning down
Okay.
here, and I didn't want to drive early. So,
Yeah.
but thanks for having me, Alex. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Uh,
you.
I just checked out your Instagram page. I have an Instagram page, but I'm never on it. So yeah.
Understandable.
So yeah, I don't spend a lot of time there, but I did skim across your page. It seems pretty cool. Give shout out to What's Chuck and Kings and Dreams. You already know what's up. But
Yes, sir, family.
going going into what you're saying, I just I just think going back to the cooking thing, Alex, um, it's like for me, if you don't want to cook for someone, why entertain their company? You know what I'm saying? Um, it's like they shouldn't be that close, and whether or not, like when you first meet someone, that vibe is going to be there, whether or not uh, you're gonna take things not to a totally the highest level possible, but enough to say, well, I want to invite this dude over to cook for him and see how he moves from that point. You know what I'm saying? So I I wouldn't take it as you just cooking for anyone, but I think it would be worth being a little bit more open about it. What's your take on it?
Are you asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I think that's what Dre was talking about, like whenever the relationship is already established, because with his wife, that was a way of her showing I'm interested in you. And like you just said, like I just wouldn't do that for anyone or like just anybody. But I definitely see where you're coming from and being more open to it for sure. And maybe that being a way of like expressing my interest for someone whenever that person does come.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because we are
Oh no. Go ahead, Victory. I mean, I've
oh,
been talking for almost 4 hours. You got it, bro.
all right, I'm just now getting settled, so I'm getting a little bit in, but it's unfortunate now that we're at a point in this society that you know the gender roles were all at odds, and it's getting to the point where it's almost becoming unrecoverable. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
you got a lot of guys on this page who is going their own way and going to other countries, not just going their own way and doing their own thing. Of course, they're developing themselves, making the best of themselves, but they're going elsewhere. Um, Myself, I've been traveling. I'm traveling in about another week, but it's just for business out of the country. But but when we go there, the the femininity is just so different, and people have a tendency, and I hear a lot of women, especially on like a lot of YouTube channels, saying that traveling men go deal with these poor women who are just looking for a passport or whatever, and that's definitely not the case, and it's almost disrespectful to say that to them. But it's just that I think the biggest thing is being that they grew up in a patriarchal type family for generations. It um, it brought out more of their femininity, whereas here in like the westernized area is not even, it's getting to the point where femininity is not even appreciated. It's shamed now and looked down upon.
Right.
So, you know, um, and it's unrepairable. So at this point, so what you think about that, Alex? I mean, give me your point of view on it.
Um, I do see like less women kind of embracing their femininity, but I also think I've always said that whenever it comes to a man and being in a relationship, like I don't mind at all. Like I guess like people say like the submit and stuff like that. Like I don't even think that that's like just if you saw my clip with AR, like what he was talking about. I was just joking with him about that. But I don't. Oh, and thank you to the comments. You guys are just really, really nice. You have a
Yeah.
great crowd. You should be really happy with your channel. Y'all are really kind. Thank you. But yeah, I don't have an issue embracing that at all whenever it comes to being feminine in a relationship and allowing the man to be a man if he can lead the household in the relationship in a respectful and spiritual and mature way, if that makes sense. But I do think it's unfortunate that a lot of women are kind of straying away from that because I don't know, maybe the past situations that they've been in, maybe they've been with someone who made them feel like they can't embrace that anymore. And I think a lot of the social media has to do a lot with it. Just being on AR's podcast panel, we were just talking about how, like there's just a lot of posts saying that you shouldn't embrace this and you shouldn't do that. And it's becoming really popular about how a woman should act and that she should be the one to do everything and kind of take on the both feminine and masculine roles. And it is a lot of it is kind of directed towards people my age group and younger because we're really impressionable. And so that's how we kind of think it should be, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I posted something a little earlier today. When it comes to, I'm not going to get super religious or anything, but I'm just going to quote this from a male-female perspective. In the Bible, it says, a woman should submit to her husband, and husband, should love his wife like Christ loved the church. And if you give that scripture, I think that's Ephesians 5:22 through 33, it talks about that. But if you give that scripture to a couple here in the westernized society, 9 times out of 10, the man understands it because unconditionally, he loves unconditionally, and he leads unconditionally because that's the role God has given them. But a woman, 9 times out of 10 would say, I don't know about submitting, and would bring up different scenarios and things like that as, a way of resisting out of fear. And I don't think that that would be appropriate to do. I mean, a woman submitting is like the ultimate thing. I've always said this: a woman can make a man a million or make a man miserable. All depends whether or not she wants to display what's in her character. God made her to be submissive and to be, supportive. Now, do you want to accept that, or do you want to accept femininity? Men accept their role unconditionally. Women choose to accept the role of whether or not they want to be feminine or whether they want to be a feminist. So, it's just natural for a man to lead. So,
Yeah.
So I completely agree with that, Victory. And I think, well, not I think, I know that um like if the woman does not respect you, the relationship is not going to last.
right.
And so she has to respect you enough to follow your lead. And and what I would say is that men, within the past 15 to 20 years, we have gotten better. There were times where where we were, as men, we weren't up to snub, but I believe that we've gotten better over the past years. Statistics will show that, like 54%, especially men in our community, the Black community. 54% of us are in the middle class and childless. So and then uh, there about how many Black men are in the top 10, 15 to 20% earners. I forget that number, but all you got to do is just go to blackdemographics.com and you'll be able to see that. But yeah, it's we've definitely have gotten better. We've definitely have gotten better. And so I think that one of the most important things is that in the Western society, when like the trigger words like submit, like I had a live earlier at 8 o'clock, and and I think you were driving down at that time because you had jumped in the chat. But yeah. So
Still at home. I got out late. I got out by 11:30. But go ahead.
oh, that wasn't you. Okay, so my fault. That wasn't you. Sorry about that.
I
But
jumped in a little bit.
yeah, but yeah. So I was live with my friend DJ Doughboy, and so he was saying like woman should he said the word obey, and
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
yeah, so he said obey, but the thing is was that like when the wedding vows were read, they used to say, do you wish to honor, cherish, honor, I forgot what it was, obey, and then through sickness and health or whatever. But obey was actually in there. Obey got taken out. But like we're not saying obey like in an offensive way, but there has to be some there has to be some form of a woman to obey in a will, because the man, if the man is leading, you have to be able to let him lead you, right? So right, so I think that these words are trigger words that have that in the Western society, people kind of look very much into. And I think, well, at least in our community, they look into them a lot, like submit, obey. You hear that, oh my gosh, like you like you'll get canceled or try to get canceled.
But I also think you need to define it, because
Yeah.
I mean, you obviously don't mean it in a way of being like a dictator. You mean it like
Right.
in the the standard roles, and like in a ritual way, like a spiritual way. But like some
Right.
people like in a manosphere will like, or the red pill, whatever you call it, do
Red
mean
pill,
it
yeah.
in that type of way. So that's why I think it's important, like whoever is delivering those words needs to define it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I would, I would definitely agree. I mean, because like I'm red pilled, but the thing is, and like pretty much most of the gentlemen on the panel are red pill. I think Victory's red pilled as well. But it's about how you go about it, how you get your message out. What are you trying to say? And some men also go about it and in a different way, and there's also different stages too, because like we're for me, I'm at a level of acceptance. So like what I mean by that is like, if a woman is not going to follow me, I'm going to say okay, then that's fine, and I'll go find a woman that will. But I'm not gonna say like, oh, like woman, you need to follow me, and and I guess that's what Dre was trying to say. Like some men in Colombia, like kind of like too machismo, like kind of like that, like red pill overkill. Like it's just like, oh, like you, woman, follow me and do what I say, or else. Like, nah, man, it's like you don't need to do all that. Like, if she's gonna follow you, she's gonna follow you. That's that.
Right. Hey, Kings and Dreams. I just want to clarify something real quick. To be honest with you, I don't follow the red pill, blue pill stuff and all that. But when it comes to like the mannerisms and character, I'm not. I don't think I'm considering myself as a blue pill, if you call it that, because I myself would not mind a relationship, but I lived long enough to know that what I want and what I don't want. Right. So, I put it to you like that. But so, and with that in mind, we have to come to a consensus that, listen, when it comes down to like obey, and when it comes down to submit and things like that, God made us different, male and female different. And even the Bible says, the woman will want the authority and a man will rule over her. Now, there will have to come a time, Alex, when a man does have to make the decision for the family, and where, because I'm sure, and in every conversation, everything is not going to be agreed upon.
Right.
So, you know, the man, just because of that authority role, is going to have to make a decision. And it doesn't mean that everything he speaks on is what's going to happen, because he just may take what you say in consideration, or just to say, okay, let's see if it works out this way. Let me listen to her and see if it works out this way, and try it that way. If it doesn't work out, then, you know, that's on him. If it works out, that's on him. But he has to make the sound judgment decision for the betterment of his family.
Right.
Oh, so, and that's pretty much how I feel about it on that subject. But as far as, you know, submitting or anything like that, you know, we're not tyrants. And I think that's what society is trying to make us out to be, by using those words, trying to make us out to be tyrants and improper dictators.
Right.
You know, so, because there's a proper way of doing everything. So, and if a man has to dictate something in order to move forward in a certain way, I think the woman should respect that, without fearing that the woman's word is not heard or understood.
Right.
So,
absolutely, man. Man, victory. Thank you for coming on, man. But
all right, man.
yeah, we at the 4 hour market, and Alex has, you know, finals, and like, you know, it's 4 hours. So, but I appreciate, like, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming on here, and I know that you have a very, very busy week, and like, not one, not two, not three, but 4 hours of your time, like that's highly, highly appreciated.
Of course.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I have a son at Ohio State. He has finals right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go to UALR. That's the University of Arkansas at Little Rock.
Okay. All right. Cool.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
Your son that goes to Ohio State, is he in it? Does he play any sports or no?
He played. As a matter of fact, I sent Dre some pictures on WhatsApp. He plays on the scout team, football team. He plays cornerback.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
And,
nice.
So he played on the scout team. Last year was his first year. He did pretty good. But he's like a Mr. Peabody. I said, man, you gonna try out for the big team next year? Oh, no, I want to focus on my studies. I'm like, oh, you know. But
yeah, man.
Here's the thing about it. He's an amazing kid, man.
Yeah.
When he was born, he don't have any fingers on his left hand.
Wow.
So, and I showed Dre some of them pictures of him, and he was pretty shocked. A lot of people are, but he's a good kid, man. He's an honored student, and
there you go.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
man. We got an honor student right here too, man. Summa cum laude, man.
What? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I wish you the best, Alex.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming on here and giving me insight. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Hey,
all right, victory. But man, you know, I appreciate it, but we're gonna close out. But yeah, man, this was good, man. This was really, really good.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Bye.
All right. So, Alex, what are your thoughts on the conversation today? You know, that we had, and then what would you know? So, what are your thoughts on everything that we discussed today? And then let everybody know where to find you.
Yeah. So the conversation today was really. Sorry. I felt like it was really effective. Dre and Chuck and you Kings provided me with great knowledge, and people in the comments too. And thank you to the people in the comments, like showing love to not only me, but to your channel as well. That's always appreciated. And yeah, I thought it was really, really good. And I thought that it was respectful. It's really hard to find, especially when you're tackling these type of topics. And so, Yeah, you can find. I have a podcast called Everything Is Anything Podcast. You can find that on Instagram. It has all my links to where you can find it on different streaming platforms. And my personal Instagram is in my bio as well if you want to follow that.
All right, perfect. All right, perfect. No, that was great. So, yeah, we hold on, let me read this comment here from Dre. Yeah, great job, Alex. You're a great guest. Amazing things are coming your way. Yes,
Thank you so much. So
I
kind.
highly, yeah, I highly agree, man. I highly agree. Like, yeah, man, you're gonna be a rock star very
Thank
very soon.
you. Y'all are so nice.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So from today, what I got from it is that definitely pay attention to those red flags. Who who people show you. Sorry, let me rephrase that. People who show you who they are, and or tell you who they are, definitely be listening and watching. Definitely make sure that you have your eyes open and your ears open. Always listen. The simple things about communication. Make sure that you set your boundaries. Make sure that you set things that things that you don't want in your relationship, things that you're not going to tolerate, or whatever the case is. And then also, and if you are serious and you want something serious, make sure that you let your intentions be known. Match your actions with your words. And always remember that men and women, we are better together. And one of the reasons why we have these conversations, sometimes it could get a little uncomfortable, but we need to have these conversations because especially in our community, I want brothers and sisters together. And I know that there's some people that they want to be single, and shout out to my MGTOW brothers. I get it, but my thing is that I want people to be together. I want marriages, I want legacies. We are much better together than we are apart, man. And shout out to my moderator Felicia Jordan, man. She rocked out with me from 8 o'clock, so she rocked out with me for 6 hours, man. Salute to Andre came on both shows. Shout out to Chuck. He came on both shows as well, man. Victory, man. Shout out to you, man. Charles, my man. Shout out to you, bro. But yeah, man, we got to talk, but it's all good, man. Um, you know, and shout out to the amazing guest, Alex. She really, she has finals this week, and she, held it down for 4 hours. Amazing guest, and she was on a podcast before, so so she's been on the grind too. She has that work ethic. So I really see a lot of big things for her in the future. And don't worry, guys, you will be seeing her again. We're gonna talk and probably figure some things out. I know right now she is focused on her graduation. So if you guys could hit her up, uh, if you guys could hit her up, follow her on her Instagram, and maybe just wish her some congratulations. Summa cum laude, a degree in communications. She's really got some things going for her, man. She's really got some things going for her, man. So salute to her. And again, we are better together than we are apart. Everybody stay purposely purposeful, and I'm out. Appreciate y'all.